네, 다시 한번 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 잠시 후 제2차 한메콩 국제물포럼 개회식이 시작될 예정입니다. 참석해 주신 모든 분들께서는 이제 입장하셔서 자리에 착석해 주시면 감사하겠습니다. 원활한 행사 진행을 위해서 소지하고 계신 휴대전화는 지금 바로 진동이나 무음으로 변환해 주시면 감사하겠습니다. 그리고 오늘 금일 행사에서는 한국어, 영어 동시 통역을 제공을 하고 있는데요. 소지하고 계신 리시버에서 채널 1번 영어 그리고 채널 2번 한국어를 착용해 주시면 감사하겠습니다. Ladies and gentlemen, we will soon begin the opening ceremony for the second Mekong-Korea International Water Forum. We kindly ask all of our guests who are still in the lobby to please come inside the hall and to take your seats. And we ask you to now please take a moment to check whether your mobile is set to silent mode to minimize any interruptions. And if you do require interpretation services, please use the receivers on your tables. Turn to channel 1 for English and channel 2 for Korean. We will begin in just a few minutes, ladies and gentlemen. We kindly ask for you to please enter the hall and to take your seats. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, our guests of honor are now entering the hall. Once they enter, please welcome them with a big round of applause. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We will soon begin. And now, ladies and gentlemen, our guests of honor are now entering the hall. Please welcome them with a warm round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, please give them another big round of applause. Thank you very much. First of all, thank you to all of our distinguished guests for your attendance with us this morning. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Ju-Yeon Cho, and I've been given the honor of being your MC for the second Mekong-Korea International Water Forum. Thank you very much for your attendance. Thank you very much. The second Mekong-Korea International Water Forum is marking its second anniversary. It's still making baby steps, but the second forum is held to discuss sustainable development and cooperation in the water sector between renowned international organizations and institutions and the 5 countries in the Mekong region. I hope that the second forum will open up new opportunities for deeper conversations towards a water-related issues in the Mekong and to addressing them for the future. And as we have gathered to address the water challenges in the Mekong region, we truly hope that today will be an opportunity to bring about substantial change. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, allow us to begin our opening ceremony for the second Mekong-Korea International Water Forum. And with that, we would like to start off with an introductory video of our forum and its future blueprint. Please take a look at the screen and turn your attention to the screen. I hope you enjoyed the video. It was a short video imbuing the significance of our forum and the future directions. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce some of our guests of honor who have graced us with their presence today. And when I call out their names, please welcome them with a big round of applause. And for our guests whom I call, please stand up and greet the audience. First and foremost, we are graced by Her Excellency Dr. Han Hwa-jin, Minister of Environment of the Republic of Korea. Thank you very much. And we're also joined by Honorable Mr. Ban Ki-moon, the 8th Secretary General of the United Nations. Thank you very much. And Mr. Honorable Dr. Yoon Seok-dae, CEO of K-Water, our host, joins us today. His Excellency Dr. Anpich Hatta, Secretary of State of the Ministry of Water Resources and Meteorology of Cambodia, joins us. Thank you. Her Excellency Chring Botung-Nangsay, Ambassador of Cambodia to the Republic of Korea, joins us. Thank you very much. His Excellency Mr. Songkhan Luang Munington, Ambassador of Laos to the Republic of Korea, joins us today. Thank you very much. His Excellency Mr. Tan Sin, Ambassador of Myanmar to the Republic of Korea, is joining us. Thank you. And of course, His Excellency Mr. Wichu Vechajiva, the Ambassador of Thailand to the Republic of Korea, joins us. Thank you very much. His Excellency Mr. Ung Yen Vutung, Ambassador of Vietnam to the Republic of Korea, also joins us. Thank you. And from the U.S. Embassy in the Republic of Korea, Honorable Ms. Joy Sakurai, Deputy Chief of Mission, is here with us. Thank you very much. And as an organization, Honorable Dr. Steve Olive, Mission Director for the Regional Development Mission for Asia of USAID, joins us. Thank you very much. Last but not least, from the Mekong River Commission Secretariat, CEO Dr. Anulak Kittikun joins us. Thank you very much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as you may know, we have many other distinguished guests joining us from Thailand, Laos, PDR, Myanmar, and Vietnam. Would you please give a big round of applause to all of our distinguished guests? Thank you very much. And before we proceed further, I would also like to mention that we do provide simultaneous interpretation for our event today. Please use the receivers placed on your tables once again. We do have speakers speaking in both English or Korean. The channels are Channel 1 for English and Channel 2 for Korean. Thank you very much. So first and foremost, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite Her Excellency, Dr. Han Hwa-jin of the Ministry of Environment of the Republic of Korea for her opening remarks. Please welcome her with a big round of applause.
네, 안녕하십니까. 대한민국 환경부 장관 한화진입니다. 먼저 제2차 한메콩 국제물포럼에 참석해 주신 존경하는 반기문 제8대 유엔 사무총장님과 안피치 핫다 캄보디아 수자원 기상부 차관님, 차얀 무앙송 태국 수자원청 부청장님, 수다비 케오파우스스 라오스 천연자원 환경부 차관보님, 응우옌 티투린 베트남 천연자원 환경부 국장님, 모에우 미얀마 농업축산관계부 국장님, 그리고 조이 사쿠라이 주한미국 부대사님, 벤 데이비 주한 호주 참사관님, 또 아눌락 키티쿤 메콩강 위원회 회장님과 윤석대 K워터 사장님, 또 메콩강 5개국 주한 대사님들을 비롯하여 이 자리에 함께해 주신 모든 분께 진심으로 감사의 말씀을 드립니다. 한국과 메콩강 위역 국가들은 2011년 환경과 농업 등의 분야에서 협력을 시작한 이후 2019년과 2020년 두 차례의 정상회의와 한메콩 물관리센터 설치, 그리고 여러 협력 사업을 통해 물관리 분야의 협력을 공고히 해왔습니다. 내외기빈 여러분, 메콩강은 이번 포럼에 참가한 5개국을 지나는 동남아시아 최대 규모의 강이자 세계에서 10번째로 많은 유량을 지닌 강입니다. 또한 아마존강에 이어 세계에서 2번째로 많은 생물종의 보고이자 2억 5천만 명 지역 주민의 소중한 삶의 터전입니다. 이러한 메콩 지역도 전 지구적으로 극심해지는 기후변화의 예외는 아니었습니다. 지난 4년여간 이어진 가뭄으로 인해 메콩강 하류 국가는 심각한 용수 부족, 또 농업 피해를 입었고, 과거 경험하지 못한 집중호우는 수많은 주택과 농경지의 침수, 산사태 등의 재해를 가져왔습니다. 대한민국도 올해 여름, 작년에 이은 기록적인 집중호우와 태풍 카눈으로 인해서 하천 제방 유실, 농경지 침수 등의 재산 피해와 안타까운 인명피해까지 겪어야 했습니다. 이처럼 기후위기로 인한 물 문제는 우리 사회가 직면한 중대한 위험 중 하나이며 여러 국가가 함께 가용한 모든 자원을 동원해서 대응해야 할 공동의 과제입니다. 오늘 포럼은 일상화된 기후위기 시대에 디지털 물관리 혁신을 위한 협력 방안과 신규 프로젝트를 논의하는 자리입니다. 대한민국 정부는 일상화된 이상기후에 선제적으로 대응하기 위하여 과학기술에 기반한 물관리 정책의 전환을 추진하고 있습니다. 인공지능 등 첨단 기술을 활용하여 홍수 예경보 시스템을 고도화하고 댐 신설과 하천 정비 등을 통해 홍수 방어 기반 시설을 강화해 나갈 계획입니다. 또한 물관리 분야의 선진국이자 개발협력 선도국가로서 메콩 지역을 대상으로 다양한 협력 사업과 ODA 사업 확대에 힘쓰고 있습니다. 이번 행사를 통해 미국과 호주를 비롯한 개발협력기관들과 물관리 선진 기술을 공유하고 메콩 지역 물관리 정책의 발전을 위해 실질적인 협력 사업을 발굴하도록 노력하겠습니다. 오늘 이 자리가 정부와 산업계 그리고 전문가들이 함께 모여 다양한 관점과 경험을 나누고 실현 가능한 프로젝트와 실질적인 변화를 이끌어낼 수 있기를 기대합니다. 다시 한번 소중한 시간을 내어 참석해 주신 모든 분께 깊은 감사를 드리며 대한민국의 관문인 국제도시 인천의 문화와 초가을의 정취를 즐겨보시길 바랍니다. 고맙습니다.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for your kind words and the support of the Republic of Korean government to address the water-related challenges in the Mekong region. Thank you very much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, from our gracious host, Honorable Dr. Yoon Seok-dae, CEO of K-Water, will deliver his welcoming remarks. Please welcome him with a warm round of applause.
안녕하십니까. 반갑습니다. 저는 K-워터 CEO 윤석대입니다. 새로운 물의 시대를 열어가는 대한민국에서 제2차 한 메콩 국제 물 포럼을 개최하게 됨을 매우 뜻깊게 생각합니다. 한화진 환경부 장관님, 반기문 제8대 유엔 사무총장님, 안피치 하타 캄보디아 수자원 기상부 차관님 환영합니다. 차안무앙송 태국 수자원청 부청장님과 수다비 케오파수스 라오스 천연자원환경부 차관보님, 그 외 메콩 지역 국가별 대표단 분들과 국가별 대사님들을 비롯하여 아눌라 키티쿤 MRC CEO님 함께하게 되어 진심으로 기쁘고 반갑게 생각합니다. 개발협력 파트너인 USAID, 호주 외교부, UNDP, IUCN, 아시아 개발은행을 비롯한 국내외 기관과 전문가 여러분들께도 감사의 말씀을 드립니다. 역사적으로 물은 국가의 번영과 국민 삶의 질을 높이는 가장 소중한 자원이었습니다. 대한민국이 한강의 기적을 통해 국가 재건과 고도성장 신화를 만들어냈듯이 동남아시아는 메콩강을 중심으로 세계 경제에서 가장 역동적인 지역으로 도약하고 있습니다. 세계화 시대에 우리는 이미 하나의 공동체로 움직이고 있습니다. 동남아시아와 전 세계의 운명은 뗄래야 뗄 수 없는 관계에 있습니다. 메콩강 유역의 물 문제 해결과 기후변화 탄력성을 지키는 것은 모두의 번영과 풍요로운 미래를 담보하는 길이 될 것입니다. 고대부터 인류는 위기 때마다 더 큰 공동체의 힘과 지혜를 모아 대응해 왔습니다. 오늘 열리는 제2차 한 메콩 국제 물 포럼은 메콩강 유역 물 이슈와 기후위기에 대응하여 우리가 가진 자원을 하나로 모으는 소중한 자리가 될 것입니다. 지난해 제1차 포럼에 이어 올해도 이해 당사자들의 목소리와 전문가들의 소중한 경험이 수렴되어 실질적인 해법이 도출되길 기대합니다. 한 메콩 국제 물 포럼이 앞으로도 메콩강의 물 관련 아젠다를 논의하고 프로젝트 추진을 위한 역동적 협력의 장이 되기를 간절히 희망합니다. K-워터는 2019년 한 메콩 정상회의 결과로 설립된 한 메콩 센터 코맥을 중심으로 메콩 지역의 물 문제 해결에 최선을 다하겠습니다. 우리가 가진 자원과 경험을 공유하며 새로운 물의 시대를 함께 열어갈 것을 약속드립니다. 다시 한번 제2차 한 메콩 국제 물 포럼에 참여해 주신 모든 분들을 환영하며 본 행사를 준비해 주신 환경부와 한 메콩 센터 그리고 관계자분들 모두에게 감사의 말씀을 전합니다. 여러분 모두의 건강과 행복이 함께 하기를 기원합니다. 감사합니다.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yoon Suk-dae, CEO of K-Water, for your leadership and your support in bringing the second Mekong-Korea International Water Forum together. Thank you very much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have some of our distinguished guests who will be delivering congratulatory remarks. And for this, I would like to bring to the stage Honorable Joy Sakurai, the Deputy Chief of Mission of the U.S. Embassy in the Republic of Korea, for her remarks. Please welcome her with a big round of applause.
Good morning. Congratulations to the Republic of Korea for successful second Mekong-Korea International Water Forum. Ambassador Goldberg attended the first forum last year. Due to a schedule conflict, he's not able to make it this morning, so I'm pleased to represent the U.S. Embassy today. Thank you to His Excellency Ban Ki-moon for your long-time commitment to making this world a better place. Thank you also to Minister Han for her continued efforts to expand Korea's sustainable growth and development, not just here, but also in the region. I'd also like to thank K-Water's CEO, Dr. Yoon. We look forward to your leadership and continuing our close collaboration. Also, to all of the Mekong countries represented here today, our ongoing commitment to sustainability and growth in the Mekong region is an exciting partnership. We look forward to working with you. This forum leverages all of our collective expertise in the Mekong sub-region to sustainably address the Mekong Basin's most significant challenges, including climate change. We understand climate change is one of the greatest and most immediate threats faced by humankind. Working together, we will help communities mitigate and adapt to the effects of climate change. In collaboration with trusted partners like the Republic of Korea, the U.S. is using technology to fight climate change and increase our collective resilience. As we saw at the Camp David events on August 18th in Washington, D.C., the leaders of the U.S., Japan, and Korea made a commitment on cooperating together in the Indo-Pacific. Moving forward, we will have many more conversations on how we can leverage our collective technology, knowledge, and resources to make positive changes around the world. For example, in January, the USAID Agency for International Development, USAID, and our space agency, NASA, launched the Surveyor Southeast Asia program to help communities across Southeast Asia adapt and prosper despite climate change challenges. Using available satellite data, we will better monitor and respond to floods and droughts that threaten Mekong communities and livelihoods. Later today, Korea and the United States will sign a new letter of intent to expand our cooperation on Surveyor Southeast Asia. This new partnership will help us further improve water management in the Mekong River Basin and work toward a more sustainable and resilient Mekong. As this week, all of our ASEAN partners here in the room know, the leaders from your ASEAN countries and many around the world, including senior leadership from the United States and Korea, gathered together in Jakarta to talk about ongoing ways that we can collaborate and cooperate in the future. The United States has been a long-time proud partner of ASEAN, as I know Korea has as well, and so that's another exciting way that the United States and Korea are working together with all of our partners in the region. It is our 70th anniversary of bilateral relations between the U.S. and Korea. 77 decades of our alliance, our partnership, our friendship, working together, and through our Indo-Pacific strategies that mirror and complement one another, we have many, many opportunities I could talk about all day, but I won't to save time here, but I'm just sharing how much the United States values and looks forward to working with our partner. And also that exciting that Korea has increased its ODA, Overseas Development Assistance, because that's such an exciting thing to see on how we can work together. From my own recent assignment to Vientiane, Laos, I see my friend Dr. Aniluk Kitihun, who we worked closely with together at that time. I've seen firsthand how important a resource the Mekong is to the countries and communities along the river. And it's not just the river in itself and the clean water and the security and management of the Mekong that matters, but the infrastructure that we build around it so that communities can thrive with good health care, with good resources, access to education, and so much more. And so as we work together with Korea and Southeast Asia to make the Mekong rich and thriving and Mekong Basin for the future, please we look forward to our work together. So thank you to everybody for your commitment to sustainability and growth. Look forward to hearing more about today's events. Look forward to the third conference next year, and thank you again to K-Water and everybody else for all of your cooperation. 감사합니다.
Thank you once again, Honorable Ms. Joy Sakurai, for your kind words. And thank you for being a trusted partner throughout the 70 years, and we ask for your continued interest and support. Thank you very much. And now continuing on, we have another congratulatory message, ladies and gentlemen, from Dr. Anulak Kittikun, the CEO of the MRC Secretariat. Please welcome him with a big hand.
Good morning, Excellencies. I'm honored to speak on behalf of the Mekong River Commission in this esteemed event. Madam Minister of the Environment, CEO of the K-Water, Mr. Ban Ki-moon, 8th Secretary General of the United Nations. I was your staff, sir, at the UN Secretariat 10 years ago. And I also would like to recognize my good friend and brother and former boss as well, Dr. Ann Pikatda, former CEO of the MRC. And good to see Joy. Thanks for carrying the heart of the Mekong to Korea, and seeing also many good friends. And finally, I think I recognize Madame Lin as well. She's the chair of the MRC Joint Committee for this year. I would like to make maybe 3 points. First is to congratulate the organizers of this event, the Ministry of Environment, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, K-Water, COMAC, for bringing us together for this event, for the second Mekong-Korea International Water Forum. I think if the ideas and experience shared today are practical and adds value, then I think the member countries and the MRC would act upon them very much. Second, I think ever since the Han-Mekong River Declaration for Partnership, Peace and Prosperity, I would like to commend the Korean government, all the ministries, the agencies, the academic community for really reaching out to support the Mekong countries and the Mekong River Commission. And at the Mekong River Commission, we have benefited from the technical exchange, capacity building, and knowledge building from several Korean partners, from the Ministry of Environment, K-Water, of course, but also the Ministry of Economy and Finance with the KDI, the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries, as well as the Ministry of Science and Technology with STEPI. And the Mekong and the Han River and many Korean rivers are different, but same. You know, although we are far apart, we share many challenges in terms of the changing flow regime, how to deal with climate change, how to deal with disappearing environmental assets, and the livelihoods consequences. So I think we have a lot to learn and share from one another. But my final point is that we have been doing this for the past 4 or 5 years. We have built friendship, we have built capacity, we have built knowledge. But I think it's time to step it up to the next level. And that is why we have been inviting the Korean government to become a direct development partner of the MRC and to contribute at a more strategic and Horn of Basin level. So with that, I thank again the Korean government for hosting this and hoping for a very successful event. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kirikun, for your kind message. Thank you also for your efforts for a more sustainable development in the Mekong region. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to welcome Honorable Mr. Ban Ki-moon, the 8th Secretary General of the United Nations, for his keynote address. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Honorable Dr. Han Hwa-jin, Minister of Environment of the Republic of Korea, Dr. Yoon Seok-dae, CEO of K-Water, Excellencies, Ambassadors, members of the Diplomatic Corps, and distinguished guests from home and abroad. It's a great pleasure to be here to you. Before I say a few words, I'd like to recognize the participation of Chayan Muang-song, Officer of the National Water Resources of Thailand, who was not properly introduced by the Master of Ceremony. Thank you very much. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to extend my deepest congratulations on hosting the second Mekong-Korea International Water Forum, the largest international event in the water sector in Korea and Mekong region. It is with a great pleasure that I join you here for the second year in a row to spend valuable time discussing the sustainable prosperity of the Mekong region. Mekong region has some special place in my heart because I have visited all the countries, Mekong River Basin countries, and they have been very much fully cooperating with the United Nations, and I really take this opportunity for all your strong support for the ideals and goals of the United Nations. Ladies and gentlemen, let me first start by expressing my deepest gratitude to Honorable Minister Han Hwa-jin of the Ministry of Environment for inviting me to this auspicious occasion, as well as Department of Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock and Irrigation, Myanmar, and all, as I said, all the ambassadors of Mekong countries. In recent years, climate change has become an increasingly important factor when discussing water-related issues. The frequency of natural disasters, such as floods, droughts, heat waves, has steadily increased since the 1960s, with an average of 300 natural disasters per year. The Paris Climate Change Agreement, signed in December 2015 during my time as Secretary General, aims to respond to the threat of climate change by limiting the global temperature rise of this century under 1.5 degrees Celsius compared to pre-industrial levels. If this goal is not met and sea level rise is unabated, many of the world's major coastal cities, including Incheon, Busan, where you are today and where Koreans live, will be submerged and no longer habitable. We must be reminded that climate change is not just a problem for underdeveloped countries, but a challenge for everyone on this planet. However rich and powerful countries one may be, just look at what had happened to Hawaii. The people regard Hawaii as a paradise, one of the paradises in the world. And United States is the most powerful, resourceful country, but they have been devastated by these natural disasters. So there is no country who can really evade from these rising sea levels and climate change phenomena. Therefore, reaching carbon neutrality by 2050 is a matter of survival. That is a must. We have to hit the target by 2050. All the countries should be able to achieve carbon neutrality. In particular, countries with economies that rely heavily on the agricultural sector and are said to be more likely to be affected by climate change. Due to this reason, Asia, particularly including the Mekong region, is expected to experience more food and water security crises and more water-related disasters than any other region due to climate change-induced temperature extremes and precipitation variability. Globally, the amount of water used for agriculture accounts for about 70% of total use. In developing countries, especially in the Mekong River Basin, agriculture consumes up to 80% of water. This is why water security in the Mekong region is so important, as water is vital for agricultural productivity, which is directly linked to food security. In an effort to address water-related challenges in the Mekong River basins and increase climate change adaptability, the Republic of Korea is focusing on sharing its water management know-how through the application of digital technology. I would like to take this opportunity to share 3 points about water issues in the Mekong region and efforts to adapt to climate change. The first is about systematic water preparedness in response to climate change. Water is used not only for drinking, but also for agriculture, industry, and many other things, so a drought or flood is a disaster for mankind. Currently, we are facing a serious threat of climate change, and countries in the Mekong River Basin are confronted with devastating climate disasters, including water security, food security, and floodings of homes. Basin governance, such as the Mekong River Commission, MRC, should play a role in guiding water resource management, coordinating issues, including cooperation with member states and upstream countries, and working with the international community to ensure that countries in the Mekong region are systematically preparing for water-related impacts in response to climate change. It is my understanding that the Mekong River Commission is periodically formulating a basin development strategy to address climate change, reflecting the perspectives of each country and the basin as a whole. countries and international organizations present here will need to work closely with individual national governments and governance bodies such as the Mekong River Commission. Due water systems and policies should be explored to tackle the challenges of Mekong Basin countries where financial and technological constraints hinder infrastructure development. To prepare for floods and overcome droughts, measures should be taken at the level of facility management, such as building dams, reservoirs, and weirs, and strengthening riverbanks to increase the water capacity, but at the same time, also applying integrated water resource management to ensure a proper water management of both upstream and downstream. In the middle to long term, I believe applying appropriate nature-based solutions will also be good solution for sustainable basin development. In short, water preparedness for climate change should be systematized to ensure that sustainable development and water security issues can be effectively discussed within the context of transboundary river basin encompassing all the countries in the Mekong region. The second point is expanding climate finance. In 2015, the United Nations established Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, as the ultimate collective goal for international community to achieve by 2030. Among them, SDG number 6 and SDG number 13 are goals on water and sanitation and climate change and adaptation, respectively. To achieve each goal, it is required to build water infrastructure with appropriate innovative technologies and switch to eco-friendly energy for carbon reduction. For this purpose, climate finance should be effectively allocated to develop various technologies and cope with climate change. Since the Paris Climate Change Agreement, major international banks have steadily expanded their investment in green energy projects, which refers to eco-friendly energy. In Korea, several major banks are issuing green bonds to increase investment in renewable energy generation or to ensure that funds are used only for projects related to climate change response. There is a need to further expand the issuance of green bonds at the government and corporate levels to promote projects to build a stable climate response foundation, enhance disaster resilience in underdeveloped countries, and contribute to creating a secure foundation for life in these regions. Expanding climate finance will leverage the capital and technology of developed countries to create global eco-prosperity and contribute to the development of the less developed. These efforts can also trigger cascading improvements to neighboring regions, spreading the benefits globally. Mitigating climate change through carbon neutrality, ensuring safe drinking water, clean water, etc. These long-standing environmental questions can be addressed with the most modern technologies. Establishing digital infrastructure by applying the right technologies and innovation tailored to each country's circumstances is the fastest and most effective way to address the challenge of climate resilience and access to safe drinking water. However, digitalizing the water sector or building carbon-neutral infrastructure is a highly technical and requires significant financial resources. This is where developed countries, international financial organizations, and corporations can come in with the active expansion of climate finance that will provide practical solutions for the Mekong region, which is vulnerable to climate change and far from achieving carbon neutrality. And third and the last point I'd like to make is about equity in using transboundary river basins. I emphasize this because the problem caused by the unbalanced development of water infrastructure between upstream and downstream countries is the most critical issue among the current water problems in the Mekong River Basin that calls for sustained global efforts. Leading international organizations, including the United Nations, have repeatedly highlighted the risk that controlling access to water resources could lead to water crisis and even worse, water wars. The construction of dams in upstream countries or the lack of information sharing creates social, economic problems for all countries that share the rivers. We must gather our wisdom to find specific and integrated solutions and seek cooperation and ties between upstream and downstream to address climate change. The first step for ensuring equity is using transboundary river basins lies in transparent and fair information sharing. Mekong Basin countries must establish observation networks that regularly monitor river flows, water quality, and work to collect reliable data and to share accurate data transparently. This type of information sharing will allow countries to understand each other's situation and lay the groundwork for fair negotiations. In addition, discussions based on transparent data will enable active responses to various climate change-induced water disasters, eventually leading to shared prosperity for all Mekong River Basin countries. The second step for ensuring equity in the use of transboundary river basins is that countries in the Mekong Basin should make diplomatic efforts to cooperate with each other and agree on fair measures for the development of the Mekong River and the protection of its ecosystems. To combat climate change, relevant laws should be overhauled and clear action plans should be drafted. In addition, cooperation with each other to develop water resources in transboundary rivers and establishing binding procedures and standards will strengthen the role of governance in the basin and address the roots of conflict. It is time to exercise wisdom to settle disputes of the Mekong and achieve efficient water management by creating comprehensive, binding, and integrated water management laws. By focusing on these efforts of cooperation and solidarity, the countries that share the Mekong River will be able to achieve prosperity and peace in the region and expand their common interest. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as I mentioned earlier, the problem of climate change is a global issue that is not limited to developing countries. However, the damage caused by climate change is more severe in developing countries that lack the technology, infrastructure, and economic support. At the Mekong-Korea International Water Forum, I hope that Mekong countries, developed countries, international organizations, and other partners will gather their insights and achieve meaningful results to overcome the water crisis and climate crisis in the Mekong region. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what I have read out in a prepared text. But if, Madam Minister, if you allow me just a few more minutes of my own thoughts about water. There was in Korea, former President Notae. He was open. His nickname was Water. He is like water. He was not much respected by his leadership, but he had his own leadership. Leadership like flowing water. But his nickname, like water, was downgrading his real capacity. When I assumed my Secretary General of the United Nations, I was the second Asian Secretary General. And I could feel immediately that there was some not much full respect. What does he know? He is a quiet man. I am a quiet man. I'm not that much a talkative and active person. But I have something in my mind. 2,600 years ago in China, there was a very well-known, respected scholar, Lao Tzu. Lao Tzu. Everybody knows Gongzi, Confucius, but he's even senior to Gongzi, Gongja, or Lao Tzu. Lao Tzu, normally we say Noja, Noja in Korean. He said the most important, most powerful elements in this universe, in this world, is to flow like water. Flow like water. In Korea, in Chinese vocabulary, 상선 약수, I don't know how to pronounce in Chinese, Shangshen Liu Shui, something like this. The scientists have found 5 basic elements in this earth. They it's like a week, like a Sunday, Monday. Sunday is a sun, Monday is a moon. And then starting from Tuesday is a fire. Wednesday, water. Thursday, wood, trees. Friday, metal. Saturday, soil, earth, soil. Among these, except this sun and moon, that's not under our possession, we cannot control. But all these 5 elements, which element is the most powerful? One may think that fire is most, powerful. Nobody can fight against the fire. Then maybe metal. Metal may be strongest, very hard. But there is nothing which can win over water. Water flows without any changes. But when water is really angry, when really water wants to force, there is a power. Nothing can win over water. For example, this kind of a big building, Pharaoh ferro steel concrete buildings can be just, damaged by water, flood, tsunami. Tsunami can carry everything, destroy everything. Maybe Indonesia and the Southeast Asian countries suffered from this tsunami a few years ago. And then water does not exercise its force until absolutely it is necessary. It's quiet, flows quietly. If there is a rock in the middle of the river, it does not try to roll over. It just goes beyond the rocks, does not confront each other. When absolutely necessary in the case, then it really uses fire. Fire can be extinguished by water. Metals, if you put this metal maybe 1 year inside the water, it may corrode. Therefore, I've been speaking to my colleagues at the United Nations. Don't underestimate my leadership. I am like flowing water. I have spoken to the General Assembly. Flowing like water is my leadership. I think we have to learn from water. As I said in my speech, water can be a source of war. In Mekong River, countries have had some very delicate relationship with China. And water can be a source of war. But if we use water wisely and harmoniously, then this can bring happiness and prosperity and harmony and cooperation, friendship. So, ladies and gentlemen, let us learn the lessons from water, and let us use water for peaceful and harmonious purposes, and let us build our world, peaceful and sustainable and harmonious world through using wisely our resources, most valuable resources, water. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for your kind remarks. Thank you for your wisdom as well as your insight and your personal story as well. Thank you very much for that. And now, ladies and gentlemen, thank you to all of our distinguished guests, as well as our Honorable Mr. Pan Ki-moon, for rightly pointing out and introducing our Mr. Chayan Muang-song, the Deputy Secretary General of the Office of National Water Resources from Thailand. Thank you very much for that. And before we move on to our group photo, I would also like to mention that today on the agenda from 1 p.m. to 3 p.m., we have the Mekong Development Party's round table. This was actually devised by the ambassadors and the representatives from the 5 Mekong River countries, along with our CEO, Mr. Yoon Seok-dae of K-Water. So upon discussions, we believe that there was a need for further collaboration to discuss what needs are necessary in order for more development and to address which kind of issues for troubleshooting in the Mekong region. So thank you, and we ask for your interest and, of course, attention for our Mekong Development Party's roundtable as well. With that, we would like to invite some of our guests of honor onto the stage for our group photo. I'd like to call them up to the stage. Her Excellency Minister Han Hwa-jin of Environment, please join us. Honorable Mr. Pan Ki-moon, the 8th Secretary General of the United Nations. And Honorable Dr. Yoon Seok-dae, CEO of K-Water. Honorable Ms. Joy Sakurai, Deputy Chief of Mission of the U.S. Embassy in Republic of Korea. And Honorable Mr. Anulak Kittikun, the MRC Secretariat CEO. His Excellency Dr. An Pit Hatta, the Secretary of State of Ministry of Water Resources and Meteorology of Cambodia. And Honorable Mr. Chayan Muang-song, the Deputy Secretary General of the Office of the National Water Resources of Thailand. Ms. Suravi Keopasut, of the Deputy Secretary General of the Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment of Lao PDR. Mr. Moe U, the Deputy Director General of Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock and Irrigation of Myanmar, and Ms. Ungyen Titulin, the Director General of the Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment. Please join us up on stage for a group photo. And now, ladies and gentlemen, in the audience, after the group photo, we will break shortly to set the stage before we move on to our high-level dialogue. We kindly ask you to please remain in your seats. Please, thank you very much. Join us. Thank you. One step to your left, please. All together, one step to your left. Thank you very much. All right. Yes, I think that we have the right position. Please watch the cameras in the center. Excuse us. I think that some of our gentlemen are in the photo along with the cameras. Please smile for the photo. Big smiles, please. Thank you very much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please give him another big round of applause and please return to your seats. Thank you. 네, 이제 자리로 모시겠습니다. 감사합니다. Now, please return to your seats. Thank you very much for your cooperation. Thank you. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we will close the opening ceremony of the second Mekong-Korea International Water Forum. Thank you very much for your attendance once again. From 10:30 onwards, in just a few minutes, we will continue on with the high-level dialogue between Minister Han Hwa-jin of Environment of the Republic of Korea, 5 representatives of the Mekong region, along with some experts at home and abroad. Allow us just a few minutes for us to set the stage, and we will resume in a few minutes. Thank you very much. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I believe that we're almost ready to begin our high-level dialogue between the Korean and Mekong region panelists. We kindly ask all of our guests to enter the hall once again and to take their seats. It will just be a couple of minutes before we begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please enter the hall and take your seats once again. Thank you very much. Another gentle reminder, ladies and gentlemen, we are almost ready to resume with our high-level dialogue. We kindly ask all of our guests to please enter the hall and to take your seats. Thank you very much. 네, 잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 잠시 후에 고위급 다자간 대화를 이어서 진행하도록 하겠습니다. 장 외에 계신 분들께서는 이제 다시 입장을 하셔서 자리에 착석해 주시면 감사하겠습니다. Ladies and gentlemen, as you're entering the hall once again, our high-level dialogue will also provide a simultaneous interpretation. Please use the receivers once again and turn to channel 1 for English and channel 2 for Korean.
2번 마이크 테스트 중입니다. 삼 번 마이크, 네. 4번 마이크, 19번 마이크, 네. 20번 마이크, 21번 마이크, 22번 마이크, 23번 마이크, 19번 마이크, 20번 마이크, 네. 21번 마이크,
I believe that we have now tested all of the microphones for our panelists and speakers. So with that, I'd like to begin our high-level dialogue with our panelists from home and abroad. And we will deliver the high-level dialogue, and it will be run by Professor Chung Tae-yong of Yonsei University, With that, I would like to send the microphone over to our moderator. Thank you very much.
감사합니다. 연세대학교 정태용입니다. 동시통역이 된다 그래서 한국말로 그냥 하겠습니다. 먼저 이렇게 중요한 자리에 참석을 하고 모더레이터를 하게 돼서 영광이라고 생각하고요. 시간이 별로 없습니다. 지금 보니까 11시 30분까지 8분의 하이레벨 스피커들께서 말씀을 하셔야 돼서 지금 제가 할 일은 시간을 잘 지키는 거라고 생각이 돼서요. 지금 8분이 저희가 한 40분 정도 내에 끝내야 되기 때문에 죄송하지만 if you may allow me, please deliver your point and speech within 5 minutes. We have 8 speakers and we have only 40 minutes. So I'm good enough to calculate it. In 5 minutes you have to make it. Okay, so 먼저 우리 환경부에서 먼저 하셔야 될 것 같은데요. 우리 그 환경부에 대한민국 환경부에 우리 김구범 수자원 정책관님 참석해 주셨는데 먼저 한메콩 협력 아주 중요한 자리 이렇게 만들어 주신 거 먼저 감사드리고요. 그리고 메콩 지역에서 우리 기후 적응력 강화를 위한 디지털 물 관리 또 아까 반 총장님도 말씀 많이 하셨습니다만 기술 기반의 이 디지털 물 관리를 위해서 한국이 뭐 어떤 기여를 할 수 있을 건지 담당 국장님으로서 좀 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다. 국장님.
예, 정태용 교수님 감사합니다. 메콩강은 2억 5천만 명에 달하는 유역 인구에 물과 식량, 에너지를 공급하고 있는 중요한 자원입니다. 기후변화가 심화됨에 따라 홍수와 가뭄이 반복되고 있어 메콩 지역 주민들의 생존과 직결되어 있는 메콩강 수자원 관리의 중요성은 그 어느 때보다 강조되고 있습니다. 갈수록 극심해지는 기후위기에 체계적으로 대응하기 위해서는 과학적 근거와 기술에 기반한 물관리 정책이 요구됩니다. 체계적인 수자원 데이터 관리와 공유, 이를 기반으로 한 물관리 전 과정의 디지털화는 메콩 지역의 수재 예방과 공유하천 문제 해결을 위해 매우 중요한 요소입니다. 대한민국은 세계 최고 수준의 디지털 기술을 보유한 IT 강국이면서 수자원 개발과 경제 발전 경험을 동시에 가지고 있습니다. 한국이 강점을 가지고 있는 ICT 기술과 스마트 물관리 기술을 적극적으로 활용하고 공동협력 사업을 통한 실질적인 시스템 구축과 인프라 개발 기반 마련에 기여하고자 합니다. 이 과정에서 민간, 공공 분야의 협력을 통해 공동의 물산업 발전을 도모하고자 합니다. 오늘 참석하신 다양한 협력국가 그리고 기관들도 메콩 지역의 물관리를 위한 새로운 공동 프로젝트 개발에 많은 관심과 의견을 부탁드립니다. 한국은 전략적 동반자로서 메콩 지역 대상 ODA 사업도 추진 중에 있습니다. 주요 사업으로는 통합 수자원 관리 및 기후 적응력 증진 사업, ICT 기술을 활용한 홍수 예경보 시스템 구축 사업을 통해 과학적이고 선제적인 기후 위기에 대응할 수 있도록 돕고 있습니다. 환경부와 수자원공사 그리고 미국 국제개발처와 함께 추진하고자 하는 메콩 유역 수자원 인프라 의사결정 시스템 구축 사업은 메콩 지역의 디지털 물 관리를 위한 다자간 협력의 대표 사례가 될 것입니다. 이 사업은 한미 협력을 통해 대한민국의 디지털 기술과 미국 국제개발처의 세르비어 프로그램을 기반으로 하는 의사결정 지원 시스템을 구축하는 것으로 메콩 유역을 과학적이고 체계적으로 관리함으로써 메콩 지역 국가의 수자원 재해 대응력 강화에 기여할 것입니다. 오늘 이 자리에서 체결하는 3자 간 협력 의향서를 기반으로 더욱 원활한 사업 추진이 이루어지기를 기대합니다. 또한 한국 수자원 개발과 경제 발전 경험을 공유하는 물 분야 전문가 기술 교류와 역량 강화 프로그램을 이어나가고 지속 가능한 개발 목표 달성과 기후 위기 대응 전략을 수립하기 위한 고위급 대화도 지속할 예정입니다. 메콩강 유역 국가들이 직면한 기후 위기와 공유하천 문제는 어느 한 국가만의 노력으로 해결될 수 있는 문제가 아닙니다. 오늘 모인 모든 국가와 개발협력 파트너, 전문가들 모두의 경험과 지혜, 역량을 모아 함께 해결해 나아가야 합니다. 메콩강의 새로운 물가치 창출과 기후 적응력 증진을 위해 가시적인 협력이 이루어질 수 있도록 대한민국 환경부도 지원을 아끼지 않겠습니다. 감사합니다.
네, 감사합니다. 저희 대한민국 환경부의 수자원 정책 관리 총괄하고 계시는 우리 김 국장님, 굉장히 그 구체적인 협력 방안 말씀해 주셔서 감사하고요. 다음에는 K-워터의 글로벌 사업 본부장님이십니다. 이 메콩 지역의 기후 적응력 강화를 위한 노력, 또 선진 물 관리 기술 갖춘 이 K-워터가 어떻게 메콩하고 협력을 하실 건지에 대한 말씀 좀 부탁드리겠습니다.
말씀해 주신 정태현 교수님 고맙습니다. 오늘 메콩 지역 물 분야 정부 대표자들 분과 저 끝에 앉아 계시는 우리 미 국제개발처 스티브 올리브 아시아 지역개발 지부장님과 함께 메콩 지역 물 문제 해결을 위한 협력 전략을 논의하게 되어서 매우 기쁘게 생각합니다. 앞서 환경부 수자원 정책관님께서 말씀하신 바와 같이 메콩강 유역은 기후변화에 따른 수재의 대응과 공유하천의 효율적인 활용 문제가 매우 중요한 지역이며 이를 해결하기 위해 공동의 노력이 필요하다는 의견에 전적으로 동감을 합니다. 메콩강 유역의 효율적인 수자원 관리와 수재 방지를 위해서는 고도화된 물관리 시스템과 인프라 구축이 필수적입니다. 센서, 데이터 분석, 정보통신 기술을 통해 물 관련 정보를 수집, 분석, 예측하는 디지털 물관리는 이러한 해결 방안 도입을 위한 기반이 될 것이라고 생각합니다. 기후변화 모델과 인공지능 기술을 활용해 장래 강우량의 예측, 실시간 수자원 관리, 침수 위험 평가를 가능케 하여 물 관련 문제를 신속하게 파악하고 시기적절한 경보를 발령하고 이를 통해 홍수와 가뭄으로 인한 피해를 최소화할 수 있을 것이라고 기대합니다. 더 나아가 국가 간 수자원 데이터의 원활한 공유와 물관리 시설의 실시간 운영이 가능해짐으로써 공유하천 문제를 완화하는 데 기여할 수 있을 것이라고 생각됩니다. K-워터는 지난 50년간 국가 물관리 전문기관으로서 시대마다 주어진 과업을 성공적으로 수행하여 다양한 분야의 물관리 기술을 축적해 왔습니다. 다목적댐 건설과 용수 공급, 도시 건설 등을 통해 물관리 운영 기술을 갖춰왔으며 4차 산업혁명의 시대에 요구되는 디지털 기술 또한 보유하고 있습니다. K-워터는 기술적인 역량을 활용해 인프라 개발, 역량 강화, 기술 이전 등 메콩 지역을 대상으로 한 협력 사업을 확대 추진함으로써 메콩 지역의 디지털 물관리 역량 강화에 직접 기여하도록 하겠습니다. 이번 3자 간 의향서 체결을 기반으로 환경부, 미 국제개발처와 함께 추진하는 메콩 유역 수자원 인프라 의사결정 시스템 구축 사업은 디지털 물관리 기반을 넓히는 데 기여할 수 있을 것이라고 확신합니다. 한미 간 지속적인 협력을 바탕으로 하는 이번 프로젝트의 성공적으로 수행되어 향후 다양한 협력 사업 개발의 초석이 되기를 희망합니다. 앞으로 K-워터와 메콩 지역 국가들, 개발 파트너 국가들이 함께해야 할 과업들이 많습니다. 홍수 가뭄 등 물재해 예방을 시작으로 안전한 식수 공급, 지역에 맞는 위생 서비스의 제공에 이르기까지 더 많은 협력과 연대가 필요할 것이라고 생각됩니다. 한메콩 국제 물포럼이 향후 물 분야 교류 협력의 다양한 의제를 다루고 행동을 이끌어 나가는 역할을 수행할 수 있기를 바라며 우리의 노력이 결실로 이어질 수 있도록 메콩강 유역 국가 정부기관을 비롯해 함께해 주신 모든 여러분께 감사의 말씀을 드립니다. 감사합니다.
네, 홍보부장님 감사드립니다. Well, before I move forward, I may excuse myself. I think my wrong pronunciation of your names, I feel sorry if I'm wrong, but let us start from Dr. An Pit Hatta, the Secretary of State, Ministry of Water Resource and Meteorology, Cambodia. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Dr. Kubin Kim, Director General of Water Resources Policy Bureau, Mekong colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. So it gives me great pleasure and also honor to speak on behalf of the Minister of Water Resources of Cambodia. And at this outset, I would like also to congratulate the Ministry of Environment, the K-Water, and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs on co-hosting this important event, this dialogue. Ladies and gentlemen, we see the impact of climate change every day. The hottest July on record has just been recorded. Coming closer to home, average temperatures in Siem Reap have increased about 1 degree Celsius from 1979 to 2023. Severe drought in Mekong in the past was associated with the El Nino events. So this high-level dialogue is therefore urgently and important, and I'm grateful especially to highlight the Cambodian perspective during this event. The water resources in Cambodia are dominated by the Mekong River and Tonle Sap system, which draw 86% of Cambodian territory. The annual cycle of rivers flows into the Tonle Sap lakes, dry the fishery production in the lake. Regional drought also impact on rainfall within Cambodia. Most of Cambodia's agriculture is rain-fed. The later onset of the rains and lower wet season rainfall mean crop yield are reduced. MORAM is therefore focusing on improving water availability through storage reservoir, better irrigation system, more drought-tolerant crops, and improved water governance. Cambodia's topography is also a key factor in another of climate change impacts, flooding. We lie at the bottom ends of a 4,900 kilometers long river. Severe weather events across the nearly 800,000 square kilometers basin can cause severe flooding in Cambodia. So, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, where to from here? Cambodia ranked 144th out of 185 countries on the University of Notre Dame's Climate Vulnerability Index, due both to the expected impact of climate change and the resources we have to address these challenges. In response, Cambodia has developed a climate change strategic plan for water resources, and its effective implementation of the plan requires commitments, coordination, and cooperation between stakeholders and between countries. As we move towards improved digital water management, we may be well advised to focus on making digital water system less wrong, but rather on ensuring they are more useful. Moving forward, we recognize the importance of collaboration. This means promoting cooperation between the riparian states and engaging regional bodies like the ASEAN, MRC, LMC, but also promoting cooperation among different government agency, civil society organizations, and private actors. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, my call to action is therefore a secure support for adopting the plethora of digital water tools, techniques to our specific needs, recognizing not only our specific challenges, but also the need for workable solutions that deliver benefits in the shorter term, taking into account the hydropolitical complexity of the region. I believe that only in this way we can continue to support livelihood of millions of Cambodians, to maintain the Tulit Sap as the beating heart of the Mekong system, to ensure responsible and sustainable development and coordinated operation of water infrastructure for multiple purposes. This means enabling the data and information sharing need to be sustained this objective. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. An Pitgata. Next is Mr. Chang Muang Song, the Deputy Secretary General, the Office of National Water Resources from Thailand. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, Excellency, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great honor to join the high-level dialogue session at the second Mekong-Korea International Water Forum. I would like to take the opportunity to express my appreciation to the government of the Republic of Korea, the Ministry of Environment and Clean Water, for a very warm welcome and excellent arrangement in hosting this forum. As a member of MRC for almost 30 years, we can observe that the Mekong River has changed into undesirable conditions, including prolonged droughts, severe floods, and water resources degraded. These changes are claimed to be caused by climate change and the rapid development for the growth of economic in Mekong region. Climate change knows the borders and nature choose our response. We must build a foundation and resilient, one that allows us to weather and storm and adapt to the changing landscape. Central to this effort is the embrace of digital water management, accurate data, real-time monitoring, and predictive analytics will be our guiding star in navigating the turbulent water ahead. By harnessing the power of digital technology, digital water management system and our utility to optimize water distribution, reducing waste and conserving resources. This helps us optimize the allocation of our precious water resources, protect against floods, ensure a steady supply of water for agriculture, industry, and domestic use, as well as maintenance water supply system and water quality. As part of our national policy, we initiate the 20 years master plan of water resources management in 2018. This plan emphasizes cross-sectoral collaboration and enhance climate change resilience and ally with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. By harnessing innovation and technology, I believe that the outcome of the cooperation for climate resilience and digital water management in the Mekong River in the forum will significantly support the progress of water management in the Mekong River basin. Last but not least, I would like to commend the Republic of Korea, the Ministry of Environment, Clean Water, and KMCRC for leading the role in bringing together key stakeholders from the Mekong River Basin and development partners to address water-related challenge and foster cooperation for sustainable development in Mekong region. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chayang Muang Song. And next is Ms. Stabi Keo Paseus. Sorry. And, she is the Deputy Secretary General of Lao PDL, National Mekong Committee Secretariat, Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment of Lao PDL. Please.
Excellency, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to represent the Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment at this important forum. By acknowledging considerable opportunity for sustainable development in all water-related sectors and the impact and challenge in the Mekong region, MRC leader had called all to find innovative solutions to cope with this challenge and to seize the opportunity to intensify cooperation during the first MRC summit. It seems likely that two key priorities among 7 can be aligned with Mekong-Korea cooperation, especially with theme of the climate resilience to digital water management in Mekong region. First is the strengthening of more effective and timely communication notification system for usual water flow, water quality, frost and drought, other water-related emergency. Second, in the development and operational decision to improve use of technology. We are of the view that through the Mekong Korea cooperation, this mentioned priority area can be further support along with our current cooperation framework. Excellency, distinguished delegate, ladies and gentlemen, Lao PDR highly value digitalization, innovation, and high technology for water resources management to achieve the regional and national goal and integrated water resources management hand in hand with the climate resilience. In this regard, we would like to call for concrete action and strengthening cooperation for enabling digital innovation and high technology to support water resources in the Mekong region, such as the Internet of Things, the application of AI-based and big data for frost and drought forecasting, forecasting system, integrated decision support system, and consolidated data and information system. Furthermore, a nature and ecosystem-based solution is strongly required to enhance the climate resilience of the local community. Excellency, distinguished delegate, ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, on behalf of the Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment, I wish to express my sincere appreciation to the government and the people of Korea, all MRC member countries, as well as international community and the development partner for close cooperation and achieve sustainable development and water management. We're looking forward to having more tangible action and both of financial and technical support for strengthening climate resilience and for the local community in Laos, PDR, and the Mekong region as a whole. With community, the cooperation hand in hand with the digital solution will enhance the scientific-based evidence in the Mekong region, resulting in a smart governance for all by all in terms of the climate resilience and disaster response. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Stabi. Next from Vietnam, Ms. Nguyen Thitulin, the Director General, Vietnam National Mekong Committee, Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment. Please.
Thank you. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great honor to represent the Ministry of Natural Resources Management and Vietnam National Mekong Committee to be here in this very excellent forum organized by Korea partners. And thank you very much, the Ministry of Environment, K-Water, and all the Korean partners who have invited us to be here today. So talking about the Mekong, we may heard, from many remarks, previous remark about the challenges we're facing now about the water and the river basin. We're facing challenges from climate change, disasters, changing water pattern, and more reduction in sediment, in degradation of ecosystem, and more pollution in the basin. So we're facing many challenges, and in Vietnam, we have like more than 60% of water generated from other countries, and particularly for the Mekong Delta, about 95% of water coming from other countries. So cooperation is, very important for us as a lowest part of the Mekong, is the Mekong Delta. So to cope with the challenges, Vietnam government is making every effort to develop the policy, the regulation, and the national strategies to promote circular and green economy, to aiming at reducing the resource use and reducing the greenhouse gas emission, to commit with our commitment in the COP26 about achieving the net zero emissions by 2050. For water sector, we also issue a number of policy and regulation to promote the application of the digital technology, of the new technology, in order to better management of water resources in an integrated manner. For example, we have issued 11 inter-reservoirs regulation rules for the 11 main river basins in the country, in order to harmonize on the demands of water users. And now we just started to develop a new generation of the regulation rule for that 11 basins, basing on the near real-time data, so we can have a better, the more optimal water management and allocation in the main river basin in the country. We also required on the developer to equip the modern technology for monitoring real-time data from all the large water use structures in the country, including hydropower, irrigation, water supply, to transmit the data in the share receiving database system in the country at the local and central levels. We also, with the support from partners, we just launched 1 million hectare of high-value rice in the Mekong Delta, aiming at using resources, including the water, in a more saving-based approach, as well as reducing the greenhouse gas emission from the rice cultivation in the Delta. Besides that, definitely we're working on the improve the value chains of the rice from the field to the market. So that's the meaning of just some example for you about the recent efforts by the government of Vietnam in order to implement our commitment as well as use resources in a sustainable manner. So for MRC, you may know that in the recent, the fourth MRC summit, the leaders from the member country of the MRC also committed to implement the Mekong Agreement, effectively, and also to promote the application of the new approach for cooperation and new technology for the river management, for the basin management. Particularly, the leaders committed to better sharing of operational data from the structures in the basin. I think it's very important. Highlighted in the Vientiane Declaration. So MRC is now make every effort to implement the leaders' instruction and also implement the Mekong Agreement and on related regulation and procedures effectively. We are working hard on applying the new technologies like remote sensing, exploring the AI, big data in river forecasting and monitoring. We are also now start discussing the deployment of the platform for receiving the operational data on the real-time basis from the structure from in the basin, not just mainstream and also from tributaries. I think also the way we move forward is very important, so we can have share database to inform the communities in the timely manner. I think it's very important. We also have the strengthening the cooperation with the dialogue partners, China and Myanmar. We're also conducting joint studies about the changing of the hydrological condition in the basin, and also develop a share platform, data sharing platform to receiving the data from the upper part of and lower parts as well. So we do it together in the time forward. And so I think with all that, we cannot do those things, solution on our own without the support from all the different partners and all the other partners in the world. So I would like to take this opportunity to thank you all for their continued support. So we need to learn from you about the new and modern approach, new and modern technology to apply in the Mekong. We will work together in the time the forwards to apply the new technology to strengthen our cooperation. So I believe that the Mekong country can working together with the partners to achieve our sustainable goals in the Mekong Basin. So once again, I would like to thank all the Korean partners for inviting us to this excellent forum. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Nguyen. Next is from Myanmar, Mr. Mu, Deputy Director General of Irrigation and Water Utilization Management Department, Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock and Irrigation, Myanmar. Please.
Good morning, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. This is my great pleasure for talking in high-level dialogue section in the second Mekong-Korea International Water Forum. Firstly, I would like to explain about our country water resources condition. Myanmar is an agrarian country that underwent the abundant water resources. Water resources both surface and groundwater meet the nation needs for crop production and aquacultural requirement, agricultural requirement, industries, hydropower generation, and public use. The rivers, lakes, wetlands, coastal areas provide a major mode of the transport, as well as providing the environment for a wide range of aquatic species. The total amount of the nation's water resources utilized is only about 10 to 12% of total water resources potential in our country. Regarding the transboundary groundwater aquifer of Lower Mekong River is situated in Mekong region, the easternmost part of Myanmar. The aquifer is sharing with the three countries, the Myanmar, the Thailand, and the Laos, PTR. Today, the extent of the aquifer is about 36,769 square kilometers. In our country, the National Water Resources Committee, NWRC, was formed in 2013 and is led by prime ministers. And it is the apex body of the water management in the country. National water policy was successfully established by NWRC in 2014. The goal of the national water policy is to develop, share, and manage the water resources in Myanmar in an integrated, holistic, and socially inclusive manner, to contribute significantly to the poverty alleviation, to the green growth, and the sustainable development of the nation by providing access to water of the equitable quantity and a safe quality for all social, environmental, and economic needs of the present and future generation. The policy covers the two broad areas of water resources management and water resources use. Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Myanmar, like its other Mekong-Korean member countries, is now facing with the climate condition change year after year, and that prominently impacts on water resources and its management strategy. The weather conditions in Myanmar anticipate El Nino conditions occur in this year, and it may cause generally irregular rainfall patterns, rising temperature, and irregular storm formation. In aspect of the water management for El Nino event, the water sector has to pay attention on water saving and water harvesting to mitigate negative impacts on food production. Regarding on the securitization of our country, the implementation of tangible on-ground projects are not favorable in some areas, but the intangible projects like capacity building, the software aligning, and knowledge sharing program can be carried out. Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as our vision, the water resources achievement in Myanmar is not only for our own, but also it is related to the global water resources. In this regard, the collaboration among the Korea-Mekong region countries for sustainable development of water resources management project will definitely helpful to planning of possible solution for future water crisis in our region. In conclusion, what I'd like to give a message in this forum is Myanmar wants to actively participate in the future activities of sustainable development of water resources project in Mekong region. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Moeu. Well, next, not least, Dr. Stephen Olive, the Mission Director for the Regional Development Mission for Asia, U.S. Agency for International Development. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. I want to thank our host, the Ministry of the Environment and K-Water, and our organizers, the Korean-Mekong Water Center, as well as our distinguished colleagues representing the Mekong countries. It's an honor to join you all today for this high-level dialogue on cooperation to build climate resilience. On behalf of the United States Agency for International Development, or USAID, I applaud the efforts of the Republic of Korea and other Mekong countries to improve water management in the Mekong River Basin. Along with 5,000 kilometers of the Mekong River, more than 65 million people depend on the waterways for their livelihood, food security, and well-being of their family and communities. Each year, floods and drought threaten the well-being of these individuals and communities. The annual average of financial damage caused by floods in the Mekong Basin ranges between $60 and $70 million. In addition, yields of rice and other lifeline crops plummet as a result of water shortages from saltwater intrusion. At USAID, we are a proud partner of the Asia-Pacific Preparedness Center and on Severe Southeast Asia, which leverages NASA's cutting-edge satellite data and geospatial technologies to improve regional decision-making on how we monitor, forecast, and respond to droughts and floods. Accurate timing and continuous water-related data is key to managing floods and droughts. Through a collaboration with the Mekong River Commission Regional Flood and Drought Management Center, the Severe team worked with the Mekong River Commission Secretariat to develop a flood early warning system, improve the flash flood guidance system, and launched the Mekong Drought and Crop Watch. In addition, the co-development of the MRC's Reservoir Assessment Tool supports integrated river basin planning and transboundary decision-making on water resource development and management. These tools help the MRC increase the warning lead time to 15 days ahead of flooding, empowering local authorities and residents to take proactive measures to safeguard lives and property. These achievements are due to the collective approach, which can be expanded across the Mekong subregion to operationalize use of tools seamlessly across MRC member countries. Following the United States, Korea, and Japan summit, we are proud to work with our Korean partners to further improve digitized water management in the Mekong River Basin. Both of our countries have Indo-Pacific strategies based on the principles of inclusiveness, trust, and reciprocity. Our strategies also commit our countries to provide additional funds to the Mekong region. In closing, I encourage everyone here today to consider the benefits of integrating satellite data and geospatial technologies into your efforts to adapt to climate change and build climate resilience. USAID and Severe Southeast Asia will continue to partner with you on regional solutions to protect the Mekong River and the communities that depend on it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Lid. Well, obviously it's beyond my capacity to summarize this excellent and practical point made by these high-level panels. But after I listened to all those 8 panels, the speech and the statement, let me do my best to, even though I do my best to summarize my observation. I think the common the word I could catch is climate change, climate resilience, integrate water resources, and the green development, innovative technology, data, money, finance. Well, I think those are something that I could summarize as a common characteristic of this Mekong River region and the demand from those member countries in that region. And at the same time, the donor countries like Korea and also US, not only just bilateral collaboration, I think multilaterally, I think they expand the collaboration with the Mekong member countries. I think that's great. And this collaboration and working together, team spirit, and such kind of new practice, I'm sure that will change and make the change and drive the change in Mekong River. And on behalf of local community, I think many Mekong member countries mentioned the local community issues in sustainable manner. I hope that's something that I could do my best to summarize this excellent, fruitful, meaningful discussions. And as a moderator, I hope that it's not just the talking, and I hope that we can move forward. And next year sometime, somewhere here in Korea, we hope to check what we have said and any progress and any further collaboration issues. With that, let me close this excellent high-level dialogue. Thank you for all the participation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Chung, for the excellent moderation, and you've actually cut back for 10 minutes for us. So thank you once again. Please give all of our panelists and our moderator another big round of applause. Thank you. And please, we will guide you back to your seats, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Thank you. I hope that you have enjoyed the high-level dialogue, discussions on how to collaborate further for water-related challenges in the Mekong region. Thank you for your insights as well as your wisdom. Thank you very much. And now, continuing on, ladies and gentlemen, we will clear the stage, and after we do so, we will move on to signing the letter of intent between the Ministry of Environment of the Republic of Korea, USAID, and K-Water. Please allow us a little bit of time to clear the stage and set the stage one more time for the signing ceremony. And in the meantime, I will be just briefing you on the background of signing the letter of intent. So the LOI, or letter of intent, is settled to jointly cooperate on a project building on digital water resources infrastructure under the theme Building Digital Tech-Based Water Infrastructure in the Mekong Region. And for this, and as previously mentioned by our renowned panelists in the high-level dialogue from home and abroad, promoting climate adaptability and resolving water-related issues requires cooperation between many different countries and actors. And as USAID, Ministry of Environment of the Republic of Korea, and K-Water, have pursued development with a common goal of contributing to digital water management and enhancing climate adaptability in the Mekong region. And this was based on an SOI that was signed between the three parties last March. And last May, leaders in Korea as well as the United States also signed a joint statement in line with the 70th anniversary of the ROK-US alliance, as well as an agenda for direct cooperation on programs within the Mekong region. And it was adopted to promote climate resilience and digital connectivity. So based on this, we will pursue as a driving force and a momentum, the three parties will be agreeing and signing this digital water infrastructure project to integrate advanced water management technologies that are in Korea and in the United States, also to contribute to mitigating water-related disasters in the Mekong region. So we believe that the partnership between the two countries and the project will contribute to a sustainable development and also climate resilience for the Mekong and broader regions. So I believe that we're almost ready to set the stage for signing the LOI, ladies and gentlemen. If you can bear with us just for another couple of minutes, we will bring to the stage some of those people who will be signing the LOI and then move on. Thank you very much for your participation as well as your understanding. And just to give you a little bit more detail on the contents of the LOI, the LOI will be having various different details on the businesses in order to pursue more advancement in the Mekong region. But due to time restraints, I will just talk a little bit about the scope of cooperation. The signatories, the three parties, will seek to build a development partnership on the proposed project entitled Development of the Water-Related Decision Support System utilizing the digital technology in the Mekong region. It is indeed a provisional title, or any projects developed under this LOI, which aims to cooperate under the following areas. They are threefold: the capacity enhancement and cooperation, information sharing and management, and technological innovation and capacity building. And with that, I believe that we're almost ready to receive our three parties and the signatories. And just as we make some final checks, we will introduce our signatories to you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, once again for your patience and understanding. We're almost ready to receive all of our participants for the signing of the LOI. All right, now let us begin our signing of the LOI. And for this, I would like to invite up onto the stage our signatories. First and foremost, from the Ministry of Environment of the Republic of Korea, Director General Kim Gu-bum of Water Resources Policy Bureau. Please welcome him to the stage with a big round of applause. Thank you. And from USAID, Dr. Steve Olive, the Mission Director for the Regional Development Mission for Asia. Please welcome him to the stage. Thank you very much. And last but not least, from K-Water side, Executive Vice President and Chief Management Officer Gu Jae-young of the Planning Division of K-Water. Please welcome her with a big round of applause. So please allow them a moment to review their documents. And as you have read through the LOI, and if you are ready, ladies and gentlemen, if you can, please sign on your respective areas of the LOI document. Ladies and gentlemen, please give them a big round of applause. We will do this 3 rounds as we have 3 different agreements. We will rotate the agreements around. Thank you very much. Please review once again the agreement and sign in the respective areas. And one last time, the 3 times a charm. Thank you very much for your patience. And one last signature. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, the LOI has been signed. Please give them a big round of applause and we'll have a short photo session. 네, 앞쪽으로 들고 사진 촬영 진행하도록 하겠습니다. Please hold up the LOI and pose for our photo. Thank you very much. 네, 앞쪽으로 모시도록 하겠습니다. It is indeed an auspicious occasion with three parties signing the letter of intent for further development and cooperation in the Mekong region. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. I believe that the photos have been taken. Thank you. We will now guide you back to your seats. Thank you very much. 네, 함께 해주셔서 대단히 감사합니다. Thank you very much. And we will now guide you back to your seats, ladies and gentlemen. And now we will break for lunch. And I believe the VIP luncheon will be here on the second floor. For our guests of honor who have been invited to the second floor, we ask you to please follow our staff to the second floor. 네, VIP 5찬장으로 이동하시는 분들께서는 먼저 저희 스태프들의 안내에 따라서 이동 부탁드리겠습니다. Once again, for our guests of honor who have been invited to the VIP luncheon, we would like to ask for you to follow our staff to the VIP luncheon upstairs on the second floor. Thank you very much. And for our participants who are still in the room, we do have some announcements for you for our luncheon. The luncheon for you will be here in the Arirang Hall. We also have prepared a beautiful lunch buffet for you outside in the hallway. So please make use of this time and enjoy the meal that we have prepared. You can still use your seats inside this hall. And please enjoy your lunch, and I will resume the afternoon session at 12:50. So once again, thank you for your time and your patience, and we will resume at 12:50. Thank you very much. 네, 감사합니다.
quello che mi dite. Dovremmo tutti fare come i nostri bambini, non pensare mai a quello che ci fa essere tristi, invece avere in mente quello che ci rende felici. Come tutti i bambini, nell'allegria, anche se troppo tristi. Come i nostri bambini, più energia, problemi della vita, tutto bene. Come tutti i bambini, ciao bella, nell'allegria. Come stai? Ma perché? Non lo so. E te? Va meglio. Sforza! Come i nostri bambini. never talk about it, but I hear the blame was mine. I'd call you up to say I'm sorry, but I wouldn't want to waste your time. 'Cause I love you, but I can't take any more. There's a look I can't describe in your eyes. Yes, we could try like we've tried before. When you keep on telling me those lies, do you remember? There seemed no way to make up, 'cause it seemed your mind was sad. And the way you looked, it told me it's a look I know I'll never forget. You could have come over to my side. You could have let me know. You could have tried to see the difference between us, but it seemed too far for you to go. Do you remember? Through all of my life, in spite of all the pain, you know people are funny sometimes, 'cause they just can't wait to get hurt again. Do you remember? There are things we won't recall, feelings we'll never find. It's taken so long to see it, 'cause we never seem to have the time. There was always something more important to do, more important to say. But I love you wasn't one of those things, and now it's too late. Do you remember? Do you remember? Do you remember, baby, baby, baby? Do you remember? Almost heaven, West Virginia, Blue Ridge Mountains, Shenandoah River. Life is old there, older than the trees, younger than a a breeze. Country roads, take me home to the place I belong. West Virginia, mountain mama, take me home. Country roads, all my memories gather round her. Miner's lady, stranger to blue water, dark and dusty, pointed on the sky. Misty days of moonshine, teardropped in my eye. Country roads, take me home to the place I belong. West Virginia, mountain mama, take me home. Country roads, I hear her voice in the morning hour. She calls me. Radio reminds me of my home far away. And driving down the road, I got a feeling that I should been home yesterday. Yesterday, country roads, take me home to the place where I belong. West Virginia, mountain mama, take me home. Country roads. Country roads, take me home to a place where I belong. West Virginia, mountain mama, take me home. Country roads, take me home. Country roads, take me home. Country roads. I know your eyes in the morning sun. I feel you touch me in the pouring rain. And the moment that you wander far from me, I wanna feel you in my arms again. And you come to me on a summer breeze, keep me warm in your love, and then softly leave. And it's me you need to show. How deep is your love? Cause we're living in a world of fools, breaking us down, when they all should let us be. We belong to you and me. I believe in you. You know the door to my very soul. You're the light in my deepest, darkest hour. You're my savior when I fall. And you may not think that I care for you, when you know down inside that I really do. And it's me you need to show. How deep is your love? Ooh, 'cause we're living in the world of fools, breaking us down when they all should let us be. We belong to you and me. And you come to me on a summer breeze, keep me warm in your love, and then softly leave. And it's me you need to show. How deep is your love? Ooh, 'cause we're living in a world of fools, breaking us down when they all should let us be. We belong to you and me. Yes, how deep is your love? 'Cause we're living in a world of fools, breaking us down when they all should let us be. We belong to you and me. Oh, how deep is your love? 'Cause we're living in a world of fools, breaking us down when they all should let us be. We belong to you and me. Lately I have had the strangest feeling, with no vivid reason here defined. Yet the thought of losing you's been hanging around my mind. Far more frequently you're wearing perfume, with, you say, no special place to go. But when I ask coming back soon. You don't know, never know. Well, I'm a girl of many wishes. Hope my premonition misses what I really feel. My eyes won't let me hide, 'cause they always start to cry. 'Cause this time could mean goodbye. Lately I've been staring in the mirror, very slowly picking me apart, trying to tell myself I got no reason with your heart. Just the other night while you were sleeping, I heard you vaguely whisper someone's name. But when I ask you what the thoughts you're keeping, you just say nothing's changed. Oh, I'm a girl of many wishes. Hope my premonition misses what I really feel. My eyes won't let me hide, 'cause they always start to cry. 'Cause this time could mean goodbye, goodbye. Oh, I'm a girl of many wishes. Hope my premonition misses what I really feel. My eyes won't let me hide, 'cause they always start to cry. 'Cause this time could mean goodbye. Close your eyes, give me your hand, darling. Do you feel my heart beating understand? Do you feel the same? Am I only dreaming? Is this burning an eternal flame? I believe it's meant to be, darling. I watch you when you are sleeping. You belong to me. Do you feel the same? Am I only dreaming? Or is this burning an eternal flame? Say my name. Sun shines through the rain. The whole life so lonely, and then you come and ease the pain. I don't want to lose this feeling. Say my name. Sun shines through the rain. A whole life so lonely, and then you come and ease the pain. I don't want to lose this feeling. Oh, close your eyes. Give me your hand, darling. Do you feel my heart beating? Do you understand? Do you feel the same? Am I only dreaming? Is this burning an eternal flame? Do you understand? Is this burning an eternal flame? Do you feel my heart beating? La la la, la 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 la, la la. Am I only dreaming? I can't believe it. You're a dream coming true. I can't believe how I have fallen for you. And I was not looking, was content to remain. And it is ironic to be back in the game. You are the one who's led me to the sun. How could I know that I was lost without you? I want to tell you, you control my brain, and you should know that you are life in my veins. How could I know that I was lost without you? I want to tell you, you control my brain, and you should know that you're alive in my veins. You're alive in my veins. You're alive in my veins. Oh, 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 mama, 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 oh, mama, mama, I have fallen for you. I did my best, but I guess my best wasn't good enough. 'Cause here we are back where we were before. Seems nothing ever changes. We're back to being strangers, wondering if we ought to stay or head on out the door. Just once, can't we figure out what we keep doing wrong? Why we never last for very long? What are we doing wrong? Just once, can we find a way to finally make it right? Make the magic last for more than just one night. If we could just get to it, I know we could break through it. I give my all, but I think my all may have been too much. 'Cause Lord knows we're not getting anywhere. Seems we're always blowing whatever we got going. And seems at times with all we've got, we haven't caught a prayer. Just once, can't we figure out what we keep doing wrong? Why the good times never last for long? Where are we going wrong? Just once, can we find a way to finally make it right? Make the magic last for more than just one night. I know we could break through it if we could just get to it. Just once, I want to understand why it always comes back to goodbye. Why can't we get ourselves in hand and admit to one another that we're no good without the other? the best and make it better. Find a way to stay together. Just once, can we find a way to finally make it right?
Distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen, I hope you are enjoying the lunch and also a bit of time for the networking. But as we are to start the Mekong Development Partners Roundtable at 1300, we would like to have 20 minutes of the preparation time starting from 12:30. So it will be highly appreciated if you could wrap up your discussions and please allow our staffs to get ready for the next session. Thank you.
Fly me to the moon and let me play among the stars. Let me see what spring is like on Jupiter and Mars. In other words, hold my hand. And in other words, darling, kiss me. Fill my heart with song and let me sing forevermore. You are all I long for, all I worship and adore. In other words, please be true. In other words, I love you. See what spring is like on Jupiter or Mars. In other words, hold my hand. And in other words, hold my hand, darling. And kiss me, fill my heart with song, and let me sing forevermore. your family, and they need you there. The water right to resist being last on your list, but no other man's gonna do. So I'm saving all my love for you. It's not very easy living all alone. My friends try and tell me find a man of my own, but each time I try, I just break down and cry. 'Cause I'd rather be home feeling blue. And 'cause I'm saving all my love for you. You used to tell me we'd run away together. Love gives you right to be free. Gives you right. You said be patient, just wait a little longer. But that just an old fantasy. But that just to get ready. Just a few minutes more. Gonna get that old feeling when you walk through that door. Because the night is the night. For I'm feeling alright. We'll be making love of the whole night through. And 'cause I'm saving all my love. 'Cause I'm saving all my love. 'Cause I'm saving all my love for you. 'Cause I'm saving all my love. No other woman is gonna love you more. 'Cause the night is the night that I'm feeling alright. We'll be making love the whole night through. So I'm saving all my love. Yes, I'm saving all my love. Oh, I'm saving all my love for you. Oh, I'm saving all for you.
I'd just like to make a quick announcement, as this Developed Partners Roundtable session will be dedicated for the networking event. So if you're not dedicated to participate in the roundtable session, I would like to kindly ask the other guests and the participants for the entire MKWF event to join the GTI special session, which will take place on the second floor of this building.
'Cause this love is everlasting.
Of this building.
Suddenly this love is everlasting. Life has new meaning. To life has new meaning. There's beauty up above, and things we never take notice of.
Sound check. 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1. 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 이거 그 줌인 것 같은데요.
Everything a girl could want and more. 1,000 words are not enough to say what I feel inside. Holding hands as we walk along the shore.
저희 사운드 체크 다시 한번 해보겠습니다.
Never felt
사운드 체크
like
1, 2, 3,
this
3, 2, 1. 사운드 체크 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1.
You're all I'm living for. Suddenly, life has new meaning to me. There's beauty up above and things we never take notice of. You wake up and suddenly you're in love. Each day I pray this love affair would last forever. Ooh, suddenly life has new meaning to me. There's beauty up above and things we never take notice of. You wake up and suddenly you're in love. There's beauty up above and things we never take notice of. Then you wake up and suddenly you're in love. We've only just begun.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to announce once again, this roundtable session will be dedicated for the networking event. So for those who are not directly joining the networking table, which are the 5 tables, which will be dedicated for the participants specifically for this roundtable. So for those who are not taking participation in this session, I would like to recommend to join the GTI special session, which will take place on the 2nd floor of this building.
So many roads to choose. We start out walking and learn to run. Yes, we've just begun. Sharing horizons that are new to us. Watching the signs along the way. Talking it over, just the 2 of us. Working together, day to day. Together. When evening comes, we smile So much of life ahead. We'll find a place where there's room to grow. Oh yes, we've just begun. Sharing horizons that are new to us. Watching the signs along the way. Talking it over, just the two of us. Working together, day to day. And when the evening comes, we smile. So much of life ahead. We'll find a place where there's room to grow. Yes, we've just begun. Oh yes, we've just begun. Oh yes, we've just begun. We've only just begun.
Distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen, just like to make an announcement that the session will begin in about 5 minutes. So for those who will be participating in the roundtable session, please be seated and you can refer to the seating chart will be displayed on the screen.
I've been alone with you inside my mind, and in my dreams I've kissed your lips 1,000 times. I sometimes see you pass outside my door. Hello, is it me you're looking for? I can see it in your eyes, I can see it in your smile. You're all I've ever wanted, and my arms are open wide. 'Cause you know just what to say, and you know just what to do. And I want to tell you so much, I love you. I long to see the sunlight in your hair, and tell you time and time again how much I care. Sometimes I feel my heart will overflow. Hello, I've just got to let you know, 'cause I wonder where you are, and I wonder what you do. Are you somewhere feeling lonely, or is someone loving you? Tell me how to win your heart, for I haven't got a clue. start by saying I love you.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. The Mekong Developed Partners Roundtable will begin shortly, so please kindly set your mobile phones to a silent mode, or please kindly turn off your phones. Thank you.
But let me start by saying I love you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll begin the session, so please be seated as we'll now start the roundtable session. I'd like to kindly ask all the participants to be seated as we are to start the roundtable session. Okay, distinguished guests, experts, colleagues, and our valuable industrial partners. Good afternoon. Warm welcome to the Mekong Development Partners Roundtable of the Mekong-Korea International Water Forum. So Mekong Development Partners Roundtable is co-organized by the Korea-Mekong Research Water Center, KOMEC, and Korea Water Partnership, KWP. So my name is Jong-Won Ri, a Senior International Cooperation Specialist at K-Water, and I'm honored to serve as a moderator for today's roundtable session dedicated for the exchange of insights and collaboration among Mekong government officials, development partners, and also our colleagues from the industry. So officially to begin our roundtable, we would like to invite Ms. Ja Young-gu, the Executive Vice President of K-Water, for her welcoming remarks with insights and inspiration. I'd like to welcome Ms. Gu for her remarks. Let us give a round of applause for Ms. Gu.
안녕하십니까. K-워터 기획부문장 구자영입니다. 제2차 한 메콩 국제 물포럼의 메콩 개발 협력 파트너 라운드 테이블 세션에 참석해 주신 메콩 5개국 정부와 주한 대사관 그리고 개발 협력 파트너 기관과 여러 물기업 분들께 감사 인사드립니다. 본 세션은 이번 포럼에서 처음 런칭된 세션입니다. 메콩 지역의 물 문제 이슈를 해결하기 위해 민간과 공공 분야 그리고 메콩 지역 국가들과 개발 협력 파트너 간 협력 기반을 구축하기 위해 마련된 자리입니다. 한국의 빠른 경제 성장은 선진 물관리 인프라와 시스템이 그 토대가 되었고 그런 경험과 노하우는 차별화된 대한민국의 강점이라고 생각합니다. 여기 계신 개발협력 파트너와 물기업 대표단은 메콩 지역 물 이슈의 솔루션을 제공할 수 있는 다양한 경험과 노하우 그리고 선진 물 기술을 갖추고 있습니다. 오늘 이 시간을 통해 메콩 지역 물 현안을 공유하고 실질적인 해법을 도출하기 위한 교류가 이루어지기를 바랍니다. 또한 이번 라운드 테이블 세션이 국경과 분야를 뛰어넘는 민간 협력의 발판이 되기를 기대합니다. K-워터는 물관리 전문 종합기업이자 메콩 지역의 주요 물 분야 개발 협력 파트너로서 한국과 메콩 지역 간 지속적인 협력이 이루어질 수 있도록 한 메콩 센터를 통해 적극 지원하겠습니다. 다시 한번 본 세션에 참석해 주신 여러분, 각 기관 대표단 여러분, 여러 관계자 여러분들께 감사의 말씀을 드리며 이 자리를 통해 의미 있는 협력이 이루어지기를 기원합니다. 감사합니다.
Thank you, Executive Vice President, for your insights and valuable inspirations to begin our session. So now I will briefly outline the objective and networking flow of the session. This session serves as a networking platform for government officials from the Mekong region and developed partners and water industry. The primary objectives of this roundtable is to facilitate a discussion on water-related issues and development strategies within the Mekong River Basin. The session aims to identify synergies between the requirements of Mekong governments, the technological expertise of the private sector, and the experience offered by the development partners to foster tangible project development. So this session consists of five roundtables allocated to each Mekong country: Laos, Cambodia, Thailand, Vietnam, and Myanmar. So as you can see in the table chart on the screen, each table accommodates 10 participants, including 1 table chair, 2 government officials from Mekong countries, 1 representative from embassies, 2 development partners, and 4 private sector officials. And the designated table chair of each table will facilitate the discussion and networking among the participants. The participants from the private sector will rotate every 18 minutes to other country tables by instruction of me as a main moderator. And notably, the table chairs, government officials, embassy representatives, and development partners will remain at their respective tables. So in order to facilitate the networking activities, COMEC has already carried out a pre-survey to identify the interests and needs of the Mekong governments, which could serve as a good reference for the dialogues. So as you can see in this slide, this is a result of the pre-survey. So I'll show this for about 10 seconds before we start the discussion to use it for the reference for your networking. So now we'll start the first round of 18 minutes networking by the moderation of table chair. So as you can see in the screen, we'll be counting the networking session for each round. So I would like to give the floor now to the table chair. So let us start the networking. Just like to let you know, you have 5 minutes left. So kindly like to announce that we have less than 2 minutes. So I would like to ask the table chairs to recognize the time limit and then wrap up the networking. Okay, I'm afraid to announce that the time's up for the first round of networking. So we'll now ask all the industrial participants to move to next table. So we'll be moving the tables to clockwise. So first to second table, second to third table, and so forth. And while you're moving, please be sure to take your nameplate for the industrial participants. 저희 그 기업 참여자분들께 다시 한번 좀 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 이동하시면서 그 테이블에 배치되어 있는 명패를 같이 들고 이동해 주시면 좋겠습니다. 감사합니다. So be sure to we are moving the tables clockwise. So from first table to the second table to third table, and so forth. So now I see that everyone's are seated. Okay, for the table chairs, are we all good? Okay. So now let us all be seated and start the second round of the networking. So I will start the counting of the time for 80 minutes. I'd like to inform that you have now 5 minutes. You have now 5 minutes. I'd like to inform you that now you have 2 minutes left. So now it's a good time to wrap up the networking. Okay, sorry to inform you that the time's up. So now I would like to ask all the participants from the industrial sector to move to the next table. So I'd like to announce once again, we are moving clockwise for the next table. And as a reminder, please be sure to take your nameplate with you as we move to the next table. Okay, now I see that everyone's are all seated. So now we'll start the third round of the networking. So we'll count the 80 minutes of time now. Now I would like to inform you that you have 5 minutes left. You have 5 minutes left. Now we have 2 minutes left, so please be using this time to wrap up the networking. So I'm afraid to inform you that the time's up. So now I would like to ask the participants from the industry sector to move to the next table. So please be sure to take your nameplate with you while you're moving to the next table. Okay, now I see that everyone's are seated now. Or for table 5, do we still have one person sitting? Or okay, so now we can start the first round of networking. So assuming that if everyone are seated, we'll count the 18 minutes of time now. I would like to announce that you have 5 minutes left. You have 5 minutes left. I'd like to announce that you have now 2 minutes. Please do use the time to wrap up the networking. Sorry to inform you that the time is up for the first round of the networking. Now I would like to ask the participants from the industry sector to move to the next table. So now I see that everyone has moved to the next table now. So we will be starting the counting, the time of 80 minutes, starting now. I'd like to remind you that you have 5 minutes left. You have 5 minutes left. I'd like to inform you that we have 2 minutes left, so please use the time to wrap up the networking. Okay, I'm afraid that we will have to stop here for the networking. So we all had 5 rounds of the networking discussions. So, well, actually, we are very well ahead of our time limit. So I guess that will be the excellent deliberation of the moderation of the each table chairs. So I think we can use the time to acknowledge the table chairs. So I would like to announce each name of the table chairs. So first table, Dr. Young Il Song, Korea Adaptation Center for Climate Change. Thank you very much for your excellent moderation for the roundtable discussion. And for table number 2, we have Dr. Dong Yun Kim, is an R&D team leader from the UNESCO IWSSM. Thank you very much. And table number 3, we have Dr. Hwan Il Park, is a chief director from Science and Technology Policy Institute. Thank you very much. And table number 4, we have Dr. Eun Jung Shim, is a principal researcher from the Korea Institute of Hydrological Survey. And last but not least, we have Ms. Ye-jin Kim, is a project manager at UNOSSG. Thank you very much for the excellent moderation. So I guess this roundtable networking can be also called for a matchmaking event. And sometimes we call it a business speed date. So I believe everyone who participated in the networking session had nice discussions and also had wonderful impressions to continue the communications for project collaborations. So thank you very much for your time, and we still have 10 minutes left. So we have the next session is a technical session starting at 3:20. So we can still use the same room for your further discussion. So be free to use this venue to continue your discussions. But please be sure that we will have a next session at 5:20. And as you can see on the screen, we have a QR code to ask you to participate in the post survey. So we would appreciate if you could participate in the survey and to give your feedbacks and your insights and your the result from your discussion from the networking event. Thank you very much, everyone.
che sedurà a me ritrovare l'amore e la felicità. Dimmi come fare per essere più libero come te e sempre guardare davanti e non dietro di allora come i nostri bambini, allora più energia, problemi della vita, vero che funziona, quello che mi dite, quello che dovremmo tutti fare come i nostri bambini, non pensare mai a quello che ci fa essere tristi, invece avere in mente quello che ci rende felici. Come tutti i bambini, nell'allegria, cos'è troppo tristi, come i nostri bambini, più energia, come i nostri bambini, problemi della vita, tutto bene, tutto bene. Come tutti i bambini, ciao bella, nell'allegria, come stai? Ma che non lo so, e te? Va meglio, scusa. Come i nostri bambini,
마이크 체크 하나 둘 셋 하나 둘 셋 마이크 체크 하나 둘 셋 마이크 체크 마이크 체크 이렇게 돌면 안 돼요. 마이크 체크 체크 마이크 체크. 마이크 체크. 하나. 마이크 체크. 하나. 마이크 체크. 하나. 마이크 체크. 하나. 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 지금 안 나는데? 하나. 지금 오디오실에 뜨죠? 하나. 하나. 둘. 하나. 아, 잠깐만요. 하나. 하나, 둘. 켜놓은 거 맞죠? 하나, 둘. 된다, 이제. 괜찮아. 뭐 만졌어요?
Now it's time to start the thematic session, scheduled the last time of this Korea-Mekong Water Forum. Yes, please come up to the stage, the first two speakers right here. Yes, please. Yes, please. Yeah. Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and great supporters and participants of this Korea-Mekong Water Forum. My name is Ju-Hun Lee from Jungbu University, and I'm really glad to be a host this moderator. And hopefully, many participants right here is very getting tired of previous 2 hours lasting very tight roundtable meetings, and I hope you great 3 more hours support and concentration about the thematic sessions. Well, we will now embark a great journey of knowledge sharing and collaboration to address critical water challenges and the possible solutions and the best practices in the Mekong River Basin. Prior to the actual scientist, very skillful presentation, I would like to invite one key person. He's one of my decent, long-lasting friend of K-Water, and Dr. Hyun-Sik Kim. He's the Vice President of K-Water, and he's holding a Chief Research Officers of K-Water Research Institute. Let's welcome him. Yeah.
Good afternoon. I'm gonna speak Korean because my staff is preparing material for Korean. So please give me understanding. 안녕하십니까? 반갑습니다. 약간 이제 오후 3시라 약간 피곤할 텐데 좀 가슴도 열고 좀 눈도 크게 뜨고 귀도 열고 이렇게 해주는 시간이었으면 좋겠습니다. 저는 금방 소개받은 K-워터 연구원장 김현식입니다. 반갑습니다. 제2차 한메콩 국제물포럼의 주제별 세션에 참석해 주신 물분야, 개발협력 등 각 분야 전문가 여러분들께 감사의 말씀을 드립니다. 메콩강 유역은 기후 적응력 증진, 수자원 재해 저감, 공유하천 문제, 통합 물 관리, 생태계 보존 등 다양한 물 환경 분야의 이슈에 대한 협력과 지원이 필요한 지역입니다. 제2차 한메콩 국제물포럼의 주제별 세션은 이와 같은 메콩 지역의 주요 물환경 분야 이슈에 대하여 심도 깊은 이해를 촉진하고 문제 해결 방안을 논의하고자 개최되었습니다. 본 세션을 기획함에 있어 메콩 지역 이슈의 실질적 논의를 위하여 메콩 지역 정부와 개발협력 파트너 관계자분들의 적극적인 참여를 통해 중점 아젠다를 도출하였습니다. 지난 4월 제4차 MRC 인터내셔널 컨퍼런스 기간에 라오스 비엔티엔에서 제1차 이해 당사자의 회의를 개최하여 메콩 지역의 물 이슈에 대한 주요 키워드를 도출하였으며 지난 6월 대한민국 대전에서 제2차 이해 당사자 회의를 개최하여 제1차 이해 당사자 회의에서 도출된 키워드를 구체화시켜 개발된 것이 이 자리에서 오늘 논의될 4가지 주제입니다. 오늘 주제별 세션에 참석해 주신 여러분들 모두 메콩 지역의 물 이슈에 대하여 지속적인 관심을 갖고 이를 해결하기 위한 일련의 활동을 수행해 온 것으로 알고 있습니다. 본 세션을 통해 그동안 쌓아왔던 각 기관의 경험과 전략 그리고 통찰력을 공유하여 본 세션이 메콩 지역의 다양한 물 관련 이슈를 해결하는 데 초석이 될 수 있도록 노력해 주시길 부탁드립니다. K-워터는 지금까지 수행해왔던 프로젝트를 통해 축적된 노하우와 메콩 지역에 적용 가능한 실질적인 기술을 활용하여 메콩 지역이 지속 가능한 발전을 이룰 수 있도록 기여할 것입니다. 마지막으로 다시 한번 본 세션에 참석해 주신 각 기관의 전문가 여러분, 세션 관계자 여러분께 감사의 말씀을 드립니다. 메콩 지역 정부와 개발협력 파트너, 물환경 분야 전문가를 포함한 다양한 이해관계자의 참여를 통해 메콩 지역의 지속 가능한 수자원 관리를 실현할 수 있는 효과적인 솔루션이 제시될 수 있기를 기대합니다. 감사합니다.
Thank you, Dr. Kim. And well, as we dive into the heart of our session, let me give you a very brief introduction of a framework and process of our thematic sessions. Today's thematic session is a final version, as Dr. Kim previously announced, that through the 2 times, first and second times, stakeholders consultation meetings, and we have distilled 4 key sub-themes. First one is data management, and second one is the finance issues, and third one is that the infrastructure development in the Mekong region. And lastly, the fourth one is governance. So our presentation session will be constricted by the 2 different chapters. First chapter is consist by the 8 speakers for the maybe 2 speakers for the one sub-themes, and then after 2 speakers, we have 5 minutes Q&A sessions. So after finalize the first chapter of this thematic session, and the second part will consist by the 6 panelists, and they will address their meanings and their insight throughout the 8 presentations previously presented by the 8 speakers. Well, now let's move on the first sub-theme. Topic 1 is the standardized data management and the data service development for integrated water resources management in the Mekong River Basin. We have 2 speakers. First speaker is Dr. Kong Meng from the Ecosystem and Wetland Specialist at the Mekong River Commission, MRC. Well, okay, this man first. Okay, I'm sorry. He's not prepared yet. So let's switch the first speaker to the second speaker. Right here, my beside, Dr. Pirnan. He is the director of the Geospatial Information Department at the Asian Disaster Preparedness Center. Please, you have floor right here. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Lee, and good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Okay, all right, good. So this is actually a similar sight in any of the training when it happens on the last Friday of the week, when you see a lot of people sitting in the back, not in the front. So you still have an opportunity to move to the front if you want to. Otherwise, it's also fine sitting in the back. But good afternoon, everyone, again. My name is Piranan. I'm working at the Asian Disaster Preparedness Center based in Bangkok, Thailand, but we are a regional organization working across Asia and the Pacific. But the topic that I want to talk about today, this is coming from the work that we have been cooperating with the U.S. Agency for International Development, or USAID, based in Bangkok. We work in the lower Mekong region to bring data into the hands of the users. And I think we did it quite successfully. So today I would like to share some of the best practices that we had gathered over the years, and then we want to share with you here. The main topic that I was asked to talk about is data management. What was the best practice on data management that we had experienced? To us, data management is not only about the data itself. We are not just managing the data, but we are managing also how the data is used and the users of that data. So these are looked at as an integrated system, right? So let's see how we dealt with that situation in the past. Oh, I have to point there, okay. Okay, so just to give you a little bit of background, the program that I'm gonna use as an example to discuss with everyone here is called Severe Southeast Asia. This is basically, even though it's based in Thailand, working across Southeast Asia, but this is part of the global program that represents a partnership between U.S. Agency for International Development, or USAID, and NASA. So these two agencies bring very unique experience from very different point of view. USAID bring development lens, like applying how can you make people have better life, better livelihoods, and better development for the country. But NASA will bring technology, satellite, remote sensing, information that could potentially be brought together, and our program is exactly that, having that intention to bring the best of two worlds together and deliver to the country. And the three main things I want to talk about today is how we bring satellite data, remote sensing data to apply in terms of flood forecasting, in terms of flash flood forecasting and guidance system, and then also looking into drought. And the reason we look at these issues is because, if I can change it, okay. It's because you heard this morning, right? We, in the lower Mekong region, we are suffering from this phenomenon of water, either having too much water or too little water. When we have too much water, it leads to flooding. When we have too little water, it leads to drought. And these phenomena have very significant impact to the people, to the countries in the Mekong region, because the countries there rely so much on agriculture and agricultural products, which needs water. When there's too much water, your rice field, your paddy field die. When there's little water, they die as well. So you need to be able to manage, you need to be able to tell a little bit in advance, whether you expect to have too much water or too little water, so that you can get an early warning to take actions before bad things happen. And for us, we bring data, but as I mentioned from the very beginning, right, it's not just about data, but how the data can be used. So we rely so much on our partner, the Mekong River Commission. We work with them for so many years to integrate the data. The key here is to integrate data into an existing system. We are not trying to build anything new and hope that the users will use it, but we are trying to make use of existing mechanisms and system and make it even better. So here is one example. Right? This is a complicated slide because the actual process is complicated. This is how Mekong River Commission forecasts flood and issue early warning messages to the member countries and to the users. They look into short-term forecast and medium-term forecast. Short-term is basically up to 15 days. Longer term or medium term would be a seasonal forecast up to 3 months. But this is an important information to farmers and other organizations that rely on water. They already had mechanisms in place. We are not going to change it because this has been tested. This has been accepted and endorsed by the member countries already. So we are not someone who will change the mechanisms, the workflow. But we want to improve it. How do we improve it? We improve it with data. There is already a bunch of data that the MRC is using, but we are integrating or introducing satellite-based data that we calibrated with information that we got from MRC and the member countries to make it even better. And I have to click a few more times. These are just a bunch of data that we introduced. But the end result is that we have been able to test the newly introduced data with the Mekong River Commission experts and the member countries, the technical working group, to prove that this newly introduced data lead to a better accuracy of the forecast. But more importantly, it gives more time for people to act before flooding happened. In the past, it was 7 days by Mekong River Commission. Now with the new system, and I think they're gonna roll it out later this year during the rainy season, it will be 15 days lead time for countries, for farmers to take precaution action before flooding comes. So that is how we are looking into managing the data by integrating into an existing system. The same thing on flash flood guidance system. There is already a system. This is basically, if I can, no. Okay, the one in the middle is an existing system, the Mekong River Commission. They already have a system to forecast flash flood, but we integrate a satellite-based rainstorm tracker to track pathway of rainstorm, because rain is the trigger of flash flood. We also track the intensity of rainstorm, but then more than that, we also integrate information of what is being on the ground, what is the population density, what is the infrastructure on the ground in pathways of this rainstorm, such a way that if flooding happens, we know a little bit more on what could be impacted by this. And that led to a redesign by MRC of the new flash flood guidance system into a comprehensive bulletins, as you see on this one. So this, again, we do not introduce anything new. We just help MRC improve the existing system with new data. And this is another example. We forecast flooding already, but sometimes after forecasting, you need to keep monitoring it. So we are using satellite to basically take pictures on the ground on a regular basis to make sure that if flooding happens in this district, in your country, we know because we are taking pictures regularly. And that is important to guide emergency response, relief effort that you want to send supplies to the people who are in need. This was requested by World Food Program and other countries because in the past, the way that I can be informed of the location of flooding was by reporting from the ground up to national government and to international organizations. So sometimes it takes a lot of time, it takes days. So we try to take away that hindrance by using satellite to take pictures right away. So give the user an ability at their fingertips to click on a computer and know almost instantly where is being flooded. This is another system, actually very similar to the system that Jake introduced yesterday, the dam monitor. We are working with the Mekong River Commission as well to integrate satellite-based monitoring system for their existing dam reservoir monitoring system. So a little bit more on this was that we are trying to forecast as well based on the information given by the countries in terms of how much water, the practice of releasing water from dams. And we use that to inform the public, the member countries, basically mainly on managing drought or flood situation that can happen, because many of the rivers in the Mekong region are actually regulated by dams. So if you can manage dams, you can pretty much manage drought and flood in this region. So I was already talking about drought, but this is another data integration into an MRC system. MRC drought early warning system now has been using our data, which is a combination of satellite data and hydrological model to monitor drought indicators on a real-time basis, as well as forecast up to 3 months ahead of time, so farmers can be informed. We just added a new functionality to look very way ahead to answer the questions of what could happen if climate change, if the temperature increases by 1.5 degree, what would happen 50 years from now? So we have that ability in our tool as well to inform decision makers, to raise awareness of the potential impact of long-term drought so that like policy makers can take actions. So I have a few more slides only. So this is very important because we talk about flood, we talk about drought. We often forget to think about what would be the impact of it. Right? We want to know how deep the water is. We want to know how dry the water, like the soil can be. But what about the people who are actually relying on that information? So we are trying to incorporate the what we call the vulnerability element, the exposure element, like mapping exposure, mapping the population density, mapping location of infrastructures. On top of that is the vulnerability indicators that we put on to understand a bit more. What would the flood that you are forecasting be impacting whom, impacting by how much? So that is an information that will be useful in the future. And this is the kind of dashboard that we are working with the Mekong River Commission. And then lastly, just to build upon what you have heard so far today, that we are, like the US government and the Korean government have already started the engagement to cooperate. And the cooperate, one of the themes that the US and the Korea are trying to work together is to improve data, right? Because the topic of our conversation here is about data management. We're trying to use data, but how do we build on the success that we had from our previous program over the region and try to scale it, apply the same technology, maybe with new data set, but apply it at the local level. And we are confident that that can be done, and that can be very useful for countries like Laos, Vietnam, or Cambodia in the very near future. So with that, thank you so much for your engagement here. I would love to thank USAID once again and NASA. I don't know where they're here. They have been supporting the program all along. They have a very strong intention to make a difference, make impact on the ground. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Piana. Yeah. Let's invite actual first speaker. He was at a different parallel session upstairs, and he just finished that one. And Dr. Kong Meng, he's working at the ecosystem and wetland specialist at Mekong River Commission. Yes, floor is on you. Yeah.
Thank you, and also thank you to COMEC for inviting us to be part of this event. In terms of data collection and management, most of the data, the data collection in the MRC is sort of divided and carried out by two divisions. Obviously, the Environmental Management Division, we are responsible for water quality, EHM, and also fishery, whereas Technical Division is responsible for hydrology and sediment discharge. But that said, the implementation of the core river monitoring network itself is done by the Environmental Management Divisions. So my presentation today is mainly related to, sorry. Oh, is it? Yeah. So as I was saying, at the MRC, we do acknowledge the importance of data and data collections. However, we also acknowledge that data collections cost a lot of money, and we need to find ways for the activity to be sustainable. Especially consider the fact that the member country and within the MRC aim to be self-sufficient by 2030, and so to ensure that to ensure the sustainability of data collections, we then look into what would be the core data that require for us to have information that would allow us to be informed of the condition of the basin. And so with that, then we then went through a redesign of the monitoring activity as part of the core river monitoring network redesign, with the objective of monitor and assess change in river conditions, and also allow the data to be collected systematically and timely for data sharing.
전효영 대리님, 여기 포인터 있어요? 포인터?
Sorry.
안 먹혔다고요?
Yep. Okay. And also, the objective of the core network, aside from collecting data to assess changing river conditions, we then also aim to monitor dam impact and also using the data to improve flood and drought forecasting, and also inform changes in social economic conditions. Now, in terms of the core in terms of what included in the core river monitoring network, there are 5 disciplines, and the definition is basically a nest of a network that lie within the broader national network. And so the main monitoring disciplines include hydrology, sediment, water quality, ecological health, and fishery. Like I said, hydrology and sediment done through the technical division, whereas the environmental management division, where I work, we're responsible for water quality, ecological health, and fishery. Yep, so as part of this redesign of the core river monitoring network, we then have we will have a total of 61 stations for hydrology, 11 new stations, and then the key parameter to be monitored include water level, rainfall, discharge, and the frequency of monitoring will be every 15 minutes. For sediment, for discharge and sediment, there will be 25 stations, 7 new stations, and the parameter to be monitored include sediment concentration, bedload grain size, river cross-section, and bathymetry. And these will be done once per month during the dry season and 4 times per month during the wet season. For water, all right. Sorry about that. Okay. Sorry. Okay. Okay. All right, here we are. For water quality, the network will monitor water quality at 36. But we're not there. 1 second. Sorry for the technical difficulty here. Okay. So the network will monitor water quality at 45 stations, and these are including 21 parameters of physical, chemical, and oxygen demand related parameters. The monitoring will be done manually on a monthly basis, and then also be done automatically through high-frequency water quality monitoring at 15-minute interval. For EHM, the monitoring will be done at 36 stations, and these will be mainly to monitor benthic littoral macroinvertebrate, zooplankton, and benthic diatom, and these will be done once a year. For fishery, we are looking to... Yep. So for fishery, we are looking to monitor 3 types of parameters. With the fish abundant diversity and dice parameter being monitored at 38 stations, and then with the fish larvae drip being done at 10 stations, with the frequency of data collection vary for each parameter. So these data collection, like I said, will be done either automatic, through automatic high-frequency data collection system or the manual data collection systems. Now, for the the pathway for automatic monitoring station. This will be done through the data will be transferred telemetry directly to the MRC FTP server, where the binary data will then be converted to numeric code data, and then the data will then be stored in the time series server or the telemetry data server, and then can be accessed through the MRC data network data dashboard. Likewise, the public access can also then be accessed through the MRC information system server through the MRC data portal. For the manual monitoring systems, it is more complicated, and that the data collection and sharing would need to be in according to the MRC procedure for data information exchange and sharing and technical guidelines. So this would then require the involvement of the national light agency to support in the collection of these data, and then the data from the light agency then will be transferred to the National Mekong Community Secretariat for check-in and validations. That would then be transferred to the MRC relevant division. For example, the sediment discharge will be transferred to the technical division, whereas the water quality, EHM, and fishery will be transferred to the environmental management division. At the MRC, we will then validate the data before put that into the time series data server to be available for use through the data network dashboard, and also can be accessed by the public through the MRC information system server as part of the MRC data portal. Okay, so in terms of data use and storage, all the data that collected as part of the core monitoring network will then be stored as part of the integrated database and document system within the MRC. This obviously can be used internally by relevant divisions and specialists for monitoring and forecasting. And it can also then be used internally to support the assessment and also to support the decision making. Likewise, it can also then be it will be available through as part of communication and reporting platform, where raw data can also be accessed through the MRC data portal, and any information that will be issued by the MRCs then will also be available through the communication reporting platform via the MRC website, social media, or MRC app. And so for more information, you can visit the MRC Data Information Portal. Here, as you can see, we have well over 10,000 data set, and from about 930 monitoring stations, and the data at the data portals grouped into two categories, one being the monitoring service, and then the second one be the information service. Now, under the core remote monitoring network, we do understand that sustainable implementations is required, especially in light of the commitment from our member country to be self-sufficient by 2030. So therefore, the core network will be implemented via work agreement and term reference to be signed with the member country, and then the member country will be prioritize the budget for this through the preparation of the MRC annual or multi-year work plan. We at the MRC have also mobilized support from different partners to ensure systematic and timely data collection through the preparation of standard operation manual for each parameter to be included in the network. And additionally, with the support of GIZ and BMZ, we are currently preparing what we call gender sensitive capacity development action plan, where we carry out need assessment at national level and also regional level to look at aiming at developing training or capacity building activities to support the sustainable implementation of the core network. That's it, I think, for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kome. Please come and sit right here. Yeah, you have a lot of troubles during the presentation, but it was really excellent. Yeah, nice to hear that. Okay, we have 10 minutes, 5 minutes, yeah, Q&A session. Yeah, let us have one or two questions based on two speakers' presentation. Actually, Dr. Pionan deals with the data from the space, like remote sensing data, and Dr. Komek discussed about the ground-based data. So I think they have to work together to make a safe Mekong region. Yeah. Anyway, any questions and comments? It's fine. Yeah, for us. Yes, right over there, that table.
Yes, thank you. Good presentation. I was the ex-MRCA as staff, and also I worked with the APCC so many years, so you're excellent one. But in Korea, we have a problem of the flood this year. And the president of the Korean government increased the budget for flood control double next year budget. Main problem is that MRCS also same. You simulate that the flood using the huge systems. But the flood forecasting should be controlled in the regional level and cheap, open simulation models. Then really we can deliver the benefit to the people and the local government. So my suggestion is that Korea, we have the serious problem of this year flood. So now we need to have the simple, open simulation model for the 2D, the flood peak. So in the future, Korean government, we need to expand this simulation model to other countries. Korea, we have the Nakdong River and the Gyeonggang River this year. They have a good result and cheap and fast. But problem is capacity of the local government. And even the ministry level, central government, mostly they are only just a disaster expert or the non-engineering technical staff. They cannot understand that the flood, when they can open the gate of the dam. So that capacity building in Mekong country is urgently required. So we can deliver the real benefit to the people who are supported from the tributary of the Mekong and also other area of the catchment. So in that sense, APCC is very good for the community participation. How to apply your past experience for the local people and local governments' capacity on flood control and warning system. Thank you.
Let me answer. Hello. Okay. So thank you so much for the suggestions, and I have to also agree with you. Yesterday we saw a demonstration of the twin technology by K-Water, and it was super impressive. The question is, can that be applied in the Mekong region? Can the countries adopt that kind of very high-tech technology and make use of it? Currently, maybe not. And the capacity of countries in the Mekong vary a lot too. So capacity building will be key. For us, capacity building is never a one-way street, right? Capacity building has to come from two ways. On one hand, the countries who are receiving the capacity need to try very hard to build up their capacity to understand and to be able to interpret and use these technology. At the same time, we also have to also agree that the technology provider have to think about the users as well before handing over the technology. It's not a one solution fits all, right? You have to think about the users. You have to think about how they want to use it. You have to think about the capacity that they have and then tailor the technology to the right level that people can use. So that you bring down the technology a little bit. At the same time, the capacity of the people on the ground is raised up so that they can meet somewhere in the middle. That somewhere in the middle will be very, one country maybe you have to finish here, another country maybe this level, but understanding your users and their capacity will be very key before even engaging on the capacity development activities.
Thank you. Good answer. And what about one more question? Yes, please. In the table, in the center of the table. It works.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. P. So maybe my question is also similar with the previous question, but because EDBC is now developing the source kind of the information system. So I'm from Myanmar. So in Mekong region country also, like you said, the capacity have to pick up to just technology and capacity adjustment. But however, we are together working for the Mekong region. So after one country, one organization developed the system and the information. So those information, if share the region, it is more effective for the region, for the management or some preventive measure, something like this. That is why the ADBC, like this very good information, can share after analyzing, after developing your information, can share the region. I want to know this.
So if I understood correctly, you were asking if the information that we develop is already open. The short answer is yes. Everything that we developed was based on publicly available information. Whatever we did, then it's open to the public.
Yeah.
There are exceptions. For example, some of the information from the member countries, and they want us to use to improve the model of MRC, but then they came with a restriction that you cannot be shared. So those data we cannot share, but any added value data that we bring to the program, everything is open.
Yes, but because sometimes some event in the region occur, that's why at that time the region, one country trying to solve those event damage, something like that. At that time, we need some response information. If your organization can share those information, it is very, very useful for the other country like this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think that we better move to the second topic. Thank you very much, two speakers. Well, let's invite two more speakers for the second sub-themes. Would you please come up to the stage, Dr. Ko and Dr. Park right here. Second topic is focused on infrastructure development in the Mekong region. And I would like to invite first speaker, Dr. Go Ik-kwan. He is the Vice President of Yushin Engineering Corporation. He is now dealing with a tremendous amount of water-related projects in the Southeast Asian countries. And let's hear his voice and experience for next 10 minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon, distinguished participants. I'm Go Ik-kwan from Yushin Engineering Korea. Today, I'd like to talk about water infrastructure development issues in the Mekong region. As you know well, Mekong is the 9th largest river, traversing 6 nations, 6 countries along its pathway. Countries in the Mekong Basin have recorded very impressive economic growth with this Mekong River. According to the OECD, the annual economic value of water-related sectors in the Mekong Basin is at $35 billion US. The river serves as a lifeline to the millions of Mekong Basin residents, providing water for irrigation, hydropower, and fishery products and other opportunities. This slide shows the Mekong Delta, which is a shared land of prosperity between Vietnam and Cambodia. The densely developed large-scale irrigation system of Vietnam's Mekong Delta have contributed in remarkable economic growth of the nation from this Mekong Delta. Recently, Cambodian government has established water resources development master plan for their 5 major river basin group, including Cambodian territory of Mekong Delta. This slide shows the existing hydropower plants in the upstream of the Lao PDR. And the Lao government further intends to increase their hydropower generation capacity up to more than 30,000 megawatt by the year 2030 for electricity export to Thailand, Vietnam, and Cambodia. This slide shows the occurrence of natural disasters in the Mekong countries. As you see, among those 86 flood and 46 storms, Vietnam has the highest exposure to these flooding events. In Thailand, drought and storms occur with the same frequency, but Thailand is the most drought-prone country in the region, and they suffered a huge loss of $3.3 billion US from the 2015 drought. In order to overcome this national drought disaster, Thai government started to spend their money of $1.8 billion US on Mekong diversion projects to divert water from the Mekong River to the inland area. Look at this. In the upstream of the Thailand and Lao PDR, China, they have been developing significant hydropower dam projects in the upper part of Mekong Basin. On top of these hydrometeorological hazard risk and also the pressure from this upstream development, the Mekong is one of the river basins in the world which is most vulnerable to the climate change. The changes of weather patterns affect agriculture production cycle and fish breedings in the basin. The changes in the water level and flow affect the operation of hydropower plants and reservoirs in their river basin. And wet season will increase the vulnerability to flood. Dry season extends greater potential for drought risk. Under this worsening situation for water management, how to secure water, food, and energy security for the Mekong Basin residents, that could be our common challenge to tackle, to work together. So due to the transboundary characteristics of Mekong River, the Mekong countries need to strengthen cooperation to implement basin-wide climate adaptation measures. This slide summarizes an example of transboundary cooperation project funded by World Bank in the name of MIWRM to promote transboundary cooperation in the Mekong Basin between Lao PDR and Thai, and between Cambodia and Lao PDR, and between Cambodia and Vietnam in 5 project areas. In fact, improving water infrastructure toward more disaster resilience can help the Mekong countries, especially against riverine flood and drought. Here, multi-purpose water infrastructure projects can help to meet the challenges of rising vulnerability from the climate change risk in the area. Let me quickly introduce Korea's experience regarding multi-purpose infrastructure development. Maybe some of you may heard about that. in early 1950s, we had a Korean War, 3 years war, by the surprise attack from North Korea, which is very notorious war gangster in the world. And then we lost 3 million people from this war. That accounts for 10% of combined population of North and South Korea at that time. The peninsula's infrastructure, such as road, government buildings, bridges, were completely destroyed. Half of the housing destroyed. Suddenly, South Korea was born into the ruin and poverty. So, in order to reconstruct, rebuild our nation, Korean government spent 5 years for reconnaissance level river basin investigation to develop multi-purpose river basin development planning for the nations. So that was started from 1966 to 1971, and based on this river basin planning study, Korean government have established comprehensive 4 major river basin development plan. And then government have started very proactive investment in water sector. Now, we have 20 large-scale multi-purpose dams which are linked to 33 regional water supply systems. With this multi-purpose water infrastructure, we can provide 65% of national clean water, the whole nationwide. We have almost 5 billion cubic meters of flood control capacity, and we have 1 million megawatt of hydro energy generation from these multi-purpose projects. So we have experience, we got a lesson from the planning and development of water infrastructure in Korea, that water is an engine of economic growth, because proactive investment for multi-purpose water infrastructure in Korea was the key to the economic and social development of Korea, which created the miracle on the Rihan River. So now it is time to reshaping. It is time to reshape management paradigm of Mekong Basin toward climate resilient, prosperous society. So Mekong countries need to accelerate the development of sustainable water infrastructure and increase its access to reliable and safe water for the people living there. And adapting climate change, as I mentioned, for riparian communities in the transboundary river basins requires increased cooperation under the umbrella of 1995 Mekong Agreement. And proactive investment for multi-purpose basin water infrastructure development should be processed in combination with the non-structural measures to implement IWR approach at the national level or at the river basin level in the Mekong region. Finally, these infrastructure development need to be customized based on the different needs of Mekong riparian countries. These were the very brief presentation regarding water infrastructure development issues and Korea's experience. Thanks for listening. 감사합니다.
Thank you, Dr. Ko. Now move on to the second speaker, Dr. Park. The floor is on you. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you, moderator. Good afternoon. It's my great pleasure to join this Mekong-Korea Water Forum and have a chance to share our ongoing project with many diverse experts around the world. Okay, I'm going to introduce about project Republic Korea and UN Office for South-South Cooperation Facility, Phase 3. As many of you already are aware that the Mekong area, Mekong River, Mekong area is very most dynamic and diverse area. And the water, energy, and food securities of this region is critical to survival. And there is some research to analyze the long-term resilience of the Mekong River Basin using water, food, and energy risk index. And as you can see in the table, we can see that the current resilience index score of the 4 countries, Cambodia, Vietnam, Laos, Thailand, are the number itself is low. That means the risk level is very high in terms of the resilience of the water, energy, and food. That's why we are considering these 3 resources all together, water, energy, and food. And also, many of you already know that the water, energy, food nexus concept was originated several decades ago. But there has been this concept, this nexus concept has been in a theoretical approach. But it's really hard to find in the real practical project or approach to apply the water, energy, food nexus in the real world. But in our project, we try to develop some nexus policy and technology to solve or to tackle the real issues in the Mekong area. This is the ideal approach, I believe, to apply the water, energy, food nexus approach. And we need to identify the local issues and problems. And in most cases, those issues are combined with the climate change and rapid urbanization. So we can apply both quantitative analysis and qualitative analysis. And ideally, we usually investigate the interrelations or interconnection of the water, energy, food. And also we model the impact and scenario of the WEF changes. And then we find the optimal solution and finally apply the technology to provide multiple effect on WEF. In our project, we try to focus on the later part, the right-hand side. So we try to get multi-stakeholder dialogue, and we try to get local demand and local context. We try to understand their local context, and then we are having some developing the WEF Nexus policy and technology specified in Mekong region. Many of you know that the integrated water resource management, and many people ask what is the difference between IWRM and WEF Nexus. Well, we can identify the big difference among those two, WEF Nexus concept and IWRM. But in real world, I guess in these days, the integrated water resource management is getting involving many resources such as energy and food. So actually, we cannot identify the real difference at this moment, the water, energy, food nexus and integrated water resource management. So I believe those two consider a very similar concept at this moment. Let me briefly introduce the history of ROK UNO SSCC facility. The Korean government, the Ministry of Science and Technology, ICT, launched this project in 2011. So there has been phase 1 and phase 2 in the past, and now we are in the middle of the phase 3. In the past, from the 2011 to 2015, we focused on Africa, Asia, and Latin America. And then the second phase, from 2016 to 2021, we focused on Asia Pacific areas. And most of them, most of the goals of the project was to support sustainable development of partner countries with Korea's knowledge and experience on STI, which means science, technology, innovation. And from 2021, we started a phase 3 project, and we decided to focus on Mekong area, the 4 countries in Mekong. And our main theme is to develop the water, energy, food nexus, policy, and technology. So far, we have achieved many outcomes through our more than 10 years project. We found that promoting the importance of STI via South and triangular cooperation. Also, we are sharing the Korea's development experience, know-hows, and appropriate technology with the interest developing partner countries. And also we establishing networks of experts and documenting knowledge generated via both online platform and offline. And also we are strengthening capacities of both participating countries and also Korea's institutions. And there has been many lessons we have learned so far. We decided the South-South cooperation and triangular cooperation a very useful modality for piloting the new approach with the STI partnership. And also the technology institution to introduce cost-effective and user-friendly technology application to beneficiaries, facilitate sustainable operation and maintenance of the installed facility, and enable easy transfer of technology among communities. Also, we know that the partner countries' involvement and their ownership of the project is very important and crucial. Okay, now I introduce our the current project we call P-Link, People's Livelihood Initiative through Water, Energy, Food Nexus in the Mekong region. We target Cambodia, Laos, PDR, Thailand, and Vietnam, as I mentioned before. And it is the 5-year project, start from 2021 until the end of 2025. And our basic modality of the cooperation is the triangular and South-South. And the main implementing partner of this project is the UN Office South-South Cooperation. And there are 3 implementing parties, including Mekong Institute, Mekong River Commission Secretariat, and Science and Technology Policy Institute Korea. And there will be the Korean partners will be selected later this year, who are implementing the piloting project in each countries. So there will be more Korean partners joining this project. The goal of the P-Link is to strengthen the water, energy, food security for basin community well-being, and increase employment and reduce poverty among the vulnerable people. And there are 4 main activities in the project. The first one is to establish WEF Nexus knowledge and data system. And second is to design water, energy, food nexus models for implementing pilot project. And to hold or plan seminars for capacity building, and to make the effective coordination among relevant stakeholders. One of the main outcomes of the project is to establish WEF Nexus knowledge and data system. I would like to introduce some result or the outcome of the case study we conducted. We investigate 3 case studies regarding the Water Energy Food Nexus project conducted around the world. One by Korean institution in Latin America, one by Water and Energy for Food globally, and one by the UNESCOP in Asia. And we try to explore the success factors and lessons learned from these cases and suggest practical implication for P-Link. And you can see we summarize the lesson from the case study. First of all, we need to prepare everything beforehand. And also we try to localize the demand and responsibility. And we share and communicate the project with all relevant stakeholders. And it is very important to move together. And finally, the output and outcome must be creative and innovative. This slide shows our past activities so far. We try to get all relevant stakeholders in the meeting. And there are several workshops in the past. You can see in the slide. And also we try to disseminate our activities in the main global platforms, such as the Global South-South Development Expo or UN STI Forum, and so on. And the other outcomes is to design the WF Nexus model for implementing pilot. The important part of our project is to develop the policy and technology model for each country. And we try to conduct some pilot project. So before that, we try to get the local demand and local voice. So we visited the local area last year. And first of all, we visited the Vietnam. And we share the concept of the concept and approach of the P-Link and relevant technology with many stakeholders in Vietnam. And we discussed the current status in Vietnam and the local needs. And we tried to find out and identify what are the local issues and problems with the water, energy, and food. And we also discussed the indicators for the pilot will be developed later. And finally, we decide to develop the pilot project in Vietnam to solve or to tackle the intrusion of the salt water into inland, and it affected the local the fish farming and agricultural farming. So we are going to develop some technology to solve the intrusion of the salt water. And also, we try to decrease the effect on the agricultural sector. And also, we visited Cambodia last year, and we conducted the same procedure, and we discussed the local stakeholders and many times. And we find out in Cambodia there is some limited supply of clean water to the local area, and there is also the the limited capacity of the agricultural productivity and capability. So we try to get some policy and technology to solve those issues in Cambodia. And Laopedia, there is very severe problem regarding the flood. So many of experts in here already discussed the flood forecasting and early warning system, and we try to develop those kind of technology to tackle their issues in Laos. And there is no slide for Thailand at this moment, but just 2 weeks ago, we finally decide the local issues and our solution in Thailand. So we'll visit the local area in Thailand next month in October. And finally, I'm going to deliver my implication and ways forward. And I've been asked by many people, what is the WEF Nexus technology? And actually, there is no exact or determined terminology for WEF Nexus technology. If any technology applied to solve water, energy, food related problem produce multiple effects on water as food. It is regarded WEF Next technology. And there are many examples in Korea, and many Korean institutions and private sectors own this technology. So we try to deliver our Korean capacity and technology to the Mekong area to deal with their WEF issues. And it is also important task to identify the technology and to design the application framework beforehand with the multiple discussion with the relevant stakeholders. And finally, this is the multilateral project. So even though we are doing the bilateral project with each country, there are the Mekong River Commission and MI involved in this project, or also UNDP is involved in this project. So basic modality is the multilateral project. So we try to produce the benefit to all Mekong area, not specific area. So this is very important. Even though we focus on a small area, in the end we try to scale up with our technology solution to the Mekong region-wide later. And finally, we will roll out our national pilot project end of this year. And I guess from end of this year and until the early 2025, many of our pilot projects will be conducted. I hope, believe it will be successfully done. And then we are going to monitor and evaluate what are the effect of our pilot project and what is what benefit we can draw from our project finally. Okay, this is the last one. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Park. Yeah. Well, I think I forgot to introduce Dr. Park's position. He is now holding a position of Chief Director of the Korea Science and Technology Policy Institute. Well, we have two speakers, nice presentation, and what about just have one more questions and comments about these two presentations? Yeah. No? Then let me ask, as far, he's also one of good friend of mine, and he had been working in this area about more than 20 years, and maybe he holding more than 50 infrastructure development project in the Southeast Asian countries. And I want to ask you, the building up the new infrastructures in the Mekong River is not always happy ending stories, but I want to introduce some successful story about the infrastructure development in the Mekong region, please.
How many minutes can I spend? 2 minutes?
2 or 3 minutes.
Okay. I started my consultant for international project from 1999 for Mekong Delta flood control planning projects a long time ago. And recently, I'd like to introduce you two projects. One is World Bank project for 2S river basin planning for Cambodian Vietnamese government. So I worked with Nawapi, Monet Vietnam, and a few years ago. And then Nawapi, they are using our working capacity in Korea to extend the other river basin planning in Mekong Delta or other river basin. It's a good example of duplication of the river basin planning technology. The other thing is, this year I'm working for KOICA and KXN Bank. So to develop irrigation infrastructure in the Svay Rieng, Cambodian Mekong Delta area. So this year we are working for the grant project for KOICA in terms of FS project, but that will be linked to the main project funded by KXN Bank loan. So this could be another good example of the bridging between grant project and the loan project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Two doctors. Yeah. Well, now let's move on to the third sub-theme topic. Its main topic sub-theme is financing. It is very important. no money, no collaboration. So we will invite two speakers through the virtual system. Are you ready right here? The first speaker is, that Mr. Satoshi, Director of a Strategy and Partnership Team at Asia Development Bank. Ready?
Can you hear me?
Where is it?
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay.
You can, you can share your screen first?
Yes, let me try. I think, how is it? Is it screen shared already?
Yes, now it's working on, yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm going to start my presentation in this topic 3. This is an important topic as financing, and we are very happy to be part of this session. So first of all, I'd like to express my sincere gratitude to invite to us. And again, also we apologize that as ADB, we couldn't be there in person because we have some conflicting schedules, but I'm still glad that we have a chance to talk. My name is Satoshi Ishii. I'm the Director of Strategy and Partnerships team under the Water and Urban Development Sector Office. And I'm just presenting on behalf of our Regional Director in charge of Southeast Asia and Pacific. The climate adaptation and mitigation opportunity in water sector. Investing in climate adaptation can enhance resilience in the face of changing climate patterns. Implementing improved water storage and management systems, such as water storage and rainwater harvesting infrastructure, can help buffer against droughts and erratic precipitation. Developing efficient water distribution networks and irrigation methods can optimize water use. Integrated water resources management plans, coupled with advanced forecasting and monitoring technologies, allow for early response to extreme weather events. Investing in climate mitigation can contribute to reducing greenhouse gas emissions by minimizing water leaks and improving the efficiency of wastewater treatment and water distribution systems. Significant energy saving can be achieved, lowering the carbon footprint. Implementing natural infrastructure solutions like restoring wetlands and forests can sequester carbon while enhancing water quality and flood resilience. Investing in climate adaptation and mitigation not only helps combat climate change, but also fosters sustainable resource management and resilient communities. Achieving such resilience requires substantial financial investment and innovative mechanisms to address the complex and interconnected nature of climate change impacts. ADB plays a crucial role in transboundary regional cooperation across Asia and Pacific. ADB facilitates cooperation among its member countries in several ways, including financial support, technical assistance, capacity building, and research and data. But perhaps the greatest role of ADB provides is in policy advocacy. ADB advocates for policies and regulations that facilitate regional cooperation. ADB serves as an honest broker and catalyst for transboundary regional cooperation by providing convening power to support our member country to foster economic growth, stability, sustainability in the region. One of the examples that I would just like to highlight here is the CAREC water pillar. This is unfortunately not the Mekong River Basin, but the CAREC, the Central Asia Regional Economic Cooperation Program, is a program established by ADB in 1997 to encourage economic cooperation among countries in Central Asia and a part of South Asia. ADB has financed under TA the CAREC water pillar with an emphasis on economic aspect and sustainable financing of water resources management. It expected that the proposed initiatives developed under the correct water pillar will be suitable for broader application, including the Mekong River Basin. Financing climate resilience in Mekong region involves leveraging project investment from various sources. There are many potential financing partners that can contribute to funding climate resilience in Mekong region. A wide range of players and initiatives means more potential to create partnerships and exploring innovative financing mechanisms to support projects that enhance climate resilience across borders in the Mekong region. MDBs, like ADB, can play a crucial role in providing grants, concessional loans, and technical assistance to support climate resilient projects. This partnership can facilitate the sharing of best practices, knowledge, and expertise, while also fostering diplomatic ties between countries in the region. Bilateral development agencies, countries with diplomatic relationships in the Mekong region can provide bilateral aid, grant, again, concessional loans for climate resilient projects. We MDBs and partners also establish trust funds and initiatives to provide concessional financing to targeted themes and geographical locations. In ADB, we have WFPF, Water Financing Partnership Facility. We also received the money from the Korean government. Republic of Korea, E-Asia, and Norway Partnership Fund, for example, has been used for those purposes. Depending on the type of project, specific climate financing funds like GCF or GEF can be mobilized. Green bonds, for example, can attract investment specifically for environmentally sustainable projects. Incorporating the private sector into the financing strategies is important. Public-private partnerships can bring together governmental and MDB resources with private sector innovation to fund and execute climate resilient projects. There are also many NGOs and philanthropic foundations with vested interest, and of course, universities and research institutions are always interested to collaborate. ADB have been very happy to be the facilitator of those entities to create the project and support the region. Yeah, I want to introduce about the ADB's water sector portfolio in Mekong region, especially for the last 10 years. Our total commitment to the region is around $2.4 billion US, average around 246 or around 250 million per year. We normally have around 5 projects. Interestingly, water supply and sanitation, which mainly financing water supply system and rural and urban sanitation system, and wastewater drainage system, accounted for 50%, but still, irrigation and agricultural drainage, and also flood risk management accounted for 42%. So there are good balance of the water resources side as well as the urban water management side. And also importantly, all projects have a very strong gender elements. That is very important for ADB. I just like to highlight the few recent ADB project in Mekong area. We used to have a big GMS program in 2012, 2013. We have been always bringing those countries together to work. Recently, we admittedly that our approach has been a little bit like country by country basis. And it was also became more evident because of the COVID and recent COVID experience. Then also there are some difficulties in some of the countries in terms of the public financing borrowing. However, we're still trying to come back to this region and like to foster and support the better water resources management and water security of the Mekong region. Here to showcase one of the projects that we are processing right now for 2024 signing next year. The Integrated Water Resources Management project in Cambodia. The Tonle Sap area is both a drought and flood-prone region. And the frequency and the seriousness of each are projected to increase due to the climate change. Despite the relatively plentiful water resources, actual water use in Cambodia is the lowest among Mekong River basin countries. About 90% of the rainfall occurs in the wet season. There is only about 100 millimeters rainfall in the Tonle Sap area in the dry season. The Tonle Sap fisheries account for 60% of the total protein intake of the Cambodian people. Further, Cambodia is one of the world's most flood-exposed countries, with estimated 4 million affected people every year and annual losses of about $250 million. Some infrastructure has been developed over the last 10 years, but we understand they are not enough. The project will increase the climate and disaster resilience of livelihood in the target river basin through climate adaptive integrated water resources management approach with the following three outputs. First, planning coordination and climate change adaptation capacity of water resources management strengthened. Second, water supply capacity during dry season increased. And then the third, flood risks during wet season reduced. Based on our project team's experience processing and preparing this project, the key to success is to ensure close collaboration with line ministries, local governments, and community-based water resource management institutes to ensure the sustainable operation and management of the River Basin Committee, who will be responsible for establishing and implementing of the River Basin Management Plan. We also have another partnership, which was in 2021, ADB and NEDA, Neighboring Countries Economic Development Cooperation Agency in Thailand, agreed to extend our partnership agreement to continue cooperation in Greater Mekong sub-region. This is to support NEDA's objective to improve economic development, living conditions, and quality of life, and to encourage security, prosperity, and growth of economic and social development in Greater Mekong sub-region. This underpins the joint efforts of ADB and Thailand to sub-regional economic development program. And the program is targeting Cambodia, Laos, and Vietnam. To close, I'd like to mention that financing transboundary climate resilience in Mekong region is a multifaceted effort that requires collaboration, innovation, and strategic partnerships. By leveraging multilateral organizations, engaging the private sector, employing innovative financing instruments, and promoting capacity building, the region can overcome the challenges posed by the climate change while fostering sustainable development. Investing in the resilience of the Mekong region not only safeguards the livelihood of its inhabitants, but also paves the way for more prosperous, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable Asia and Pacific. And ADB is committed to this. I hope that we have more collaboration with the people who is listening this conference, and we further would like to work with you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Satoshi, and thank you very much for your kind information of a recent ADB's project in the region. And would you please stay on the line to the end of this session for the Q&A response? And now move on to the next speaker. Also, he's going to make a presentation through the Zoom virtual system. Mr. George Butler, Principal Water and Sanitation Specialist in the International Finance and Cooperation. Are you in there in the Zoom? George?
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, it's fine, really fine, yeah.
Good.
Yeah,
all right, and is my presentation on the screen all right? I can't see. Good. All right, I'll start. So first, thank you very much for the kind invitation to speak at this session. I'm George Butler. I'm a water specialist at IFC, which is the private sector arm of the World Bank. And I'll say a little bit more about that in a second. Let's just see if it's going to move on. Yeah, slides aren't just moving at the moment. Let's see. Okay, I think that's done it. Are you seeing my second slide now in the audience?
Yes.
Good. Okay, thank you. So I'm going to talk a little bit about what IFC is, and I think you've actually gone on one slide too far. Here we go. I'd like to say who IFC are and how we can help. Say a little bit about the World Bank water projects in the Mekong Delta. I want to talk about what Mr. Satoshi has just mentioned, private sector funding for water. And also I've got a number of case studies, which I probably won't present today, but are there for when you distribute the slides. So IFC and IFC water. First, IFC is part of the World Bank group. World Bank group consists of 5 parts. IBRD, which is the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development, and that provides loans to middle-income countries. IDA, which provides low-interest loans to the poorest countries. IFC, which is the private sector arm of the World Bank, so the same aims as the World Bank, but does it through the private sector and subnational sector. MEGA, which is the guarantee organization for the World Bank, and ICSID, which is the conciliation and arbitration group. So that gives you an idea how IFC fits into the World Bank group. A little bit about what IFC does in the water supply and sanitation value chain. And essentially it works across the whole of water supply. So from bulk water collection, treatment, distribution and billing. And on the sanitation side, from wastewater collection, safe treatment, sewage sludge management and wastewater reuse. And it does it through 3 verticals. The subnational utilities, and if I have some examples of those, subnational utilities in India, so the Indian water companies, in Turkey, ASKI, which is the water utility for Ankara, in Indonesia, the PDAM Surabaya, and in Brazil, a whole range of subnational utilities. And as we know, that over 90% of the water supply and sanitation is done through the public sector. So important to work in that area. The second vertical is through the public-private partnerships. And again, Mr. Satoshi mentioned that as a key element, and I will touch on that more in my presentation. And the third vertical is the private clients. Some of you will know DNP Water in Vietnam. I'm sure all of you will know Manila Water and Vietech Warbag. These are all private sector clients of IFC. So let me then just say a little bit about the World Bank projects in the Mekong Delta, just so you're aware of what the World Bank as a group is doing. In Laos, the focus is primarily on rural water sanitation and health and dam safety. In Cambodia, it's got a new water security operation for the 3 S's, the Sekong, Sisan, and Serapa subbasins, which are under preparation. In Vietnam, sustainable development and protecting the Mekong are the priorities. And as you're probably aware, the Mekong Delta Integrated Regional Plan was funded by the World Bank a few years ago. In Myanmar, the program is on hold at present. In China, there are several World Bank operations, but two I mention are the cleanup of two major rivers, that's the Yangtze and the Yellow River. And in Thailand, we've recently done a major piece of work, which I've provided the link to for people who are interested, about coping with floods and droughts. There's also a global initiative, which is to help on transboundary aspects. And this is something that a global facility for transboundary water cooperation. That's a global initiative, so it covers obviously far more than the Mekong Delta. But the idea of that is help with climate change, mitigation and adaptation, financing for riparian dialogue and action, and amplifying existing programs for the World Bank. And that's being developed at a global level. So it's been touched on a couple of times about the importance of bringing private sector funding, private sector knowledge, private sector innovation into the water sector. And that's something particularly that IFC does through the World Bank group. But I just want to say first a little bit about the challenge here. Because there's a huge challenge around water and sanitation, financing needs. About a quarter of the world's population, about 2 billion people, actually lack safely managed water, and it's higher for sanitation. Almost half the world's population lacks safely managed sanitation, and that's a huge challenge. And that's essentially around the financing need. So current financing is about $18 billion per year, and we estimate the financing need is about $114 billion per year. So the bad news is that we really are currently failing badly to hit the SDG target, SDG 6, by 2030. There's a funding gap of over 6 times. And this is not going to be solved through public sector funding, because public sector is squeezed already. And water will have to compete with education and hospitals and roads. So the solution is really through bringing the commercial sector in. And if you look at the water and sanitation requirement, which is the middle box on it, the left is concessional financing is really a drop in the ocean. It's improving, it's increasing. We're very pleased to see it because it helps to reduce the cost of projects, but it's not going to be the solution. While there is huge amounts of commercial funding available if there's the right enabling environment. So the main message from me is that, that certainly on water and sanitation, it's not going to achieve the targets or where we should need to get to without commercial and private funding. So how to bring private funding into the sector? And I just wanted to put this slide up about countries which are really making significant progress around that side. And the number one and the star is Brazil, which has enabled a new water law. It's and set achievable targets and actually put resources and had the political enabling environment to get the private sector funding into the water and sanitation sector. So really making major steps. Egypt is also doing it, but for a slightly different reason, because of the Grand Renaissance Dam. There's an existential threat to Egypt as a country. Egypt only exists because of the River Nile. And so there's a huge amount of focus on private sector doing water and sanitation in Egypt. Indonesia, great progress, and I particularly wanted to pick out the Carrion Water Project. This is something that IFC and ADB are financing with KXIM, and K-Water, the Korean developer, is actually the sponsor for this major water supply for the capital, Jakarta. And many of you will know Jakarta is sinking because unsustainable use of groundwater. And the fourth country which is really making good progress is India around the Clean Ganga and Swachh Bharat approach. And how to do it? Well, there are many ways to bring in the private sector, but particularly, as Mr. Satoshi mentioned, PPPs are a good way. The important is the assets remain within the public sector. You bring in private sector expertise and capital, and you can use blended finance, that rare concessional finance, to reduce the cost of capital. And three examples that IFC is working on at the moment: the Clean Ganga project in India, a big wastewater treatment plant in the Mangan in Uzbekistan, and the Carrion Water Project, which I touched on earlier. So that's the end of my formal presentation. I have actually provided in the slides 3 case studies which give examples, but I won't go through those now. Those are for you to enjoy later. Okay, thank you. I think that's me on time.
Thank you, Jules. Nice presentation. You also stay on the line for the Q&A response. And what about, let's have one questions about the financing issues, about those 2 speakers' presentation. Any question? Okay. Let me ask one question to Mr. Satoshi. Based on the page 5 presentation, it's the portfolio in the water sector in the Mekong regions is quite big change ever since after 2018, because that the Vietnam's and Lao PDR's portfolio is dramatically decreasing ever since after 2018. Can I ask you, what is the main reasons where your ADBs try to change the portfolio?
Yes, thank you very much, Presley. So this is a little bit about political reasons, and as much as we wanted to work with those 2 countries because it's very important country for us. And but our sovereign operation, which is the sovereign guaranteed finance project, has been showing some difficulties. Mainly for example, Vietnam case, they have actually graduated from so-called the Group B country to the Group C country. That actually means that country is no longer access to the very concessional financing of ADB. That's because of the country's economic development. And at the same time, around the 2017-18, also public debt ceiling of the country is reaching almost the 65%, which is the statutory limit, so that the government has been reducing the borrowing. But at the same time, we see that in Vietnam particularly, the increase of the private sector financing. And then, of course, I'm very happy that George has been, presenting the IFC experience. Both ADB has a private sector operation department, which is kind of IFC, operation. Our portfolio has been kind of picking up in Vietnam, while our sovereign, portfolio is kind of shrinking because the government had reduced their borrowing. However, after COVID recovery and all the other reasons, actually our pipeline is now coming back in Vietnam. We hope that we are coming back strong and then working more in the country. So that's what's happening in Vietnam. The Laos has a little bit specific issue of the also their public debt borrowing as well. So we MDBs are very careful with the government looking at their debt profile. And then we have been very modest in lending to Laos. Of course, maybe we have been continuing our grant operations, but then it's not going to be a large amount. So it was not intentional for the ADB, and then I'm sure the other MDB partners, and then also bilateral partners. But then I think it's kind of a bit of political reasons and financial reasons there. But again, we are now coming back from COVID, and then I think that the financial demand is very high in those countries, and we are really hoping to come back to the region. And as I said, ADB's intervention so far is a little bit like country by country basis. Although we have this Greater Mekong sub-region, program, which have several pillars of working in this region. And there are, for example, the pillars of transport, environment, energy, urban sector, and then the trade and health and tourism and agriculture. Very interestingly, there is no pillar for the water, because water really cut across to the different the pillars of environment, also looking at climate change adaptation, which is largely to do with the water, but we also have agriculture pillars. And maybe this is something that we may want to also discuss further, how we better position ourselves to provide support to the water security and then the climate resilience in the region. Thank you.
Thank you for the detailed answer and clearly understood. Thank you very much for two gentlemen. Let's give them a big hand. Yeah. Okay, now we are reaching to the final subtopics. Topic 4 is governance. And we have two speakers also, one by virtual systems and the other by right here. Please invite Dr. Seung-ho Lee from the Korea University. And first speaker is Dr. Carl Middleton. It's Chulalongkorn University of Thailand. Are you in there, Carl?
Good afternoon. Do you hear me okay?
Yeah. Yes, very clear. Yeah. You have 10 minutes to go.
Thank you so much. So I'd like to thank the organizers of the second Mekong-Korea International Water Forum for the invitation to present today, despite being unable to join in person. For my intervention, I will briefly cover three main topics. First, I will discuss on some trends and challenges of transboundary water governance on the Mekong River. Second, I will analyze the implications of the widening extent of scientific water data sharing and its publicization. And third, I will propose the need for producing actionable water knowledge for communities through knowledge co-production as a strong foundation of transboundary water governance. Transboundary water governance and water diplomacy takes place in a complex regional and global context, and we need to recognize that there are simultaneously acts of cooperation and competition in the Mekong Basin over a range of issues. These include over hydropower dam construction and operation, navigation and rapids blasting, agriculture and urbanization, and climate change. Underpinning this cooperation is the implicit recognition of the Mekong-Lanchang River as a transboundary and a nested commons, which is the basis of collective action to ensure optimal outcomes. A widening array of regional institutions and frameworks are reworking the Mekong River regime, as I understand has been discussed throughout the day. These include the long-established Mekong River Commission, which is a treaty-based intergovernmental organization founded between Cambodia, Laos, Thailand, and Vietnam, and with China and Myanmar as dialogue partners. There is also the more recently launched Lanchang-Mekong Cooperation and a number of partnerships, including the Mekong Republic of Korea Partnership, the US Mekong Partnership, and the Australia Mekong Partnership, as well as broader regional frameworks, including the GMS, as has just been discussed, as well as ASEAN as well. The large number of regional frameworks and partnerships, which number at least 14, has raised important questions over the need for cooperation and coordination to avoid duplication, to make the most effective use of limited resources. The institutions I have mentioned are primarily led by states, but it is important to emphasize the role of civil society groups, community networks, academics, think tanks, and the private sector, who also influence intergovernmental transboundary water governance and water diplomacy, including through leading their own water governance initiatives. Water diplomacy is emerging as a cooperation paradigm, including between the MRC and the LMC, as it is put into action through joint studies and other collaborative programs. To me, this suggests that overall state-led approaches are to a degree compatible in promoting transboundary water management. However, there are still underlying tensions, for example, in the relative role and authority of the MRC and LMC as the two in-basin institutions. And also, while the intergovernmental plans are relatively consistent with each other, they are not all necessarily agreed to by all the civil society and community movements, especially with regard to the large hydropower dams. Across the Mekong Basin, social life and household economies are strongly associated with living by freshwater bodies and living off aquatic resources. The Mekong's annual flood pulse is a key hydrological and ecological driver in the Mekong. Along the tributaries and main stem recently, there have been changes in water levels that have had implications for many river-connected activities, ranging from dry season agriculture and riverbank gardens to fishing practices. There are various studies and ongoing monitoring trying to disentangle the various changes that are occurring in the basin, including during the widely discussed periods of drought and low flow between 2019 and 2021. And these have been connected to large dam water storage and operation, climate change, and also local anthropogenic causes such as water withdrawal and irrigation. While the apportioning of each factor is very important to transboundary water governance looking forward, from a social and ecological justice perspective, it is also important to recognize that over the past 2 decades, the Mekong-Lancang Basin has been transformed from a largely free-flowing river to one that is increasingly regulated by water infrastructure, with many projects built by the private actors for profit. Recently, geopolitical tensions have become visible during the drought and low flows in the Mekong River, which has also drawn attention to the limitations of existing arrangements for transboundary water governance, including the extent to which water data informs it. The low flows resulted in a range of consequences, including the so-called blue water, degraded ecosystems, and impacts on livelihoods. At this time, questions were raised regarding to what extent low flows are the result of drought due to lack of rainfall, and what was the influence of the storage of water in dam reservoirs. This period of time also occurred at a period of intense geopolitics between the United States and China, and it led to the hydropoliticization of the drought and the politicization of research that was generated at the time. Among the many points discussed, one issue highlighted was the incomplete real-time data in the public domain on hydropower dam operation and storage, including the limited dry season water data from China. In October 2020, an outcome of regional water diplomacy was announced with an agreement signed between the MRC Secretariat and the Ministry of Water Resources of China for China to provide year-round rainfall and river level data to the MRC from 2 of its monitoring stations twice per day. At the time, this represented an important step towards de-escalating political tensions and for trust building between the states. In transboundary river basins, water data and information sharing is considered to be foundational to trust building and evidence-based cooperation. It is also fundamental as a procedural rule in the 2 existing global water conventions. However, even under these conditions, in the Mekong Basin, more needs to be done in terms of scientific water data sharing through intergovernmental mechanisms, including increasing the number of monitoring stations in China and the lower basin, and also reporting on each dam's operation schedule. An underlying issue still to be addressed is that water data sharing agreements alone do not translate into deeper accountability on the planning and operation of large dams themselves, which is an important dimension of transboundary water governance. Much of the shared scientific water data has also been made available to the public via online platforms that are created and maintained by regional intergovernmental organizations, as we heard earlier, including the MRC, the LMC, and national government agencies. These platforms have attracted much attention and also funding in recent years, in part rationalized by the claims of improving the quality of transboundary water governance through increasing transparency and public participation. It has also been argued that making water data public can address the politicization of science by rendering the basin's hydrological status visible and therefore clarifying competing scientific interpretations. Whilst this is true to an extent, we also need to recognize that scientific analysis embodies certain assumptions about how modeling is undertaken, and therefore we need to also pay attention to how uncertainties are handled. Meanwhile, on the ground, it's assumed that publicized water data will improve riparian communities' capabilities to respond to the changing river conditions. On this point, to date, there is less evidence that the sharing of the scientific data has transferred into actionable knowledge for riparian communities. Many data platforms have been designed without a deep engagement with riparian communities directly and to consider their direct needs. These platforms therefore facilitate a one-way flow of information from public authorities, but have less channels to enable riparian communities and civil society to share the locally experienced river conditions and the impacts on livelihoods back to the governments. This is not to suggest that online water data platforms and scientific knowledge do not have value, but rather we need to consider further how they might contribute to actionable knowledge for riparian communities directly, so that the transboundary water governance is built on strong foundations from the community level upwards. Nowadays, in the research community, there is a growing interest in sustainability science to undertake transdisciplinary research methods to produce actionable knowledge. Knowledge co-production in theory entails combining various types of knowledge, each of which has its own strengths and limitations when used alone. So this includes scientific knowledge, but it is to be combined with situated community knowledge, civil society-led research, as well as political and practical forms of knowledge. In practice, this means understanding more fully how riparian communities currently receive and act on scientific water data that's shared via online platforms. It also suggests designing community-level adaptation processes and the data platforms that could inform them from the bottom up. This also then means facilitating communication channels to receive local data from communities across the basin. And this can improve existing modeling, for example, through citizen-generated data. Importantly, it should be emphasized that generating actionable knowledge is the purpose of inclusive, just, and sustainable transboundary water governance in the basin. So to summarize some of the recommendations from this brief intervention, I'd like to offer three. The first is to recognize that comprehensive water data sharing can contribute towards strengthening transboundary water governance, but with provisos. To this end, there needs to be an further expansion of water data shared between governments that's placed in the public domain, both on the lower basin projects as well as projects in China. And also importantly, to lengthen the timeframes for sharing advanced warning on changing river basin conditions. Second is for data to be actionable. Knowledge beyond scientific knowledge is required, including situated community knowledge and civil society and academic research. This also suggests, therefore, considering how water data platforms can be used by communities directly and potentially redesigning them from the bottom up to facilitate knowledge co-production. And third, in the underpinning values of transboundary water governance, we need to consider a shift from examining just questions of transparency, which water data addresses, to the question of accountability. So this means establishing clearer accountability mechanisms through communication channels to respond to riparian communities' concerns. And then in the longer term, also establishing a basin-wide rules-based regime that's founded on meaningful dialogue between states and with communities, civil society, and other non-state actors. So thank you again for the invitation to contribute to this important forum, and I hope this intervention is valuable to the discussion that's being held.
Thank you, Dr. Middleton. Thank you for your presentation, and would you please stay on the line for the Q&A session. And last speaker, we have finally Professor Seung-ho Lee from Korea University. His primary major is Chinese water policy, but past 12 years or 15 years, he was deeply engaged in the area of hydropower issues and water government transboundary issues in Mekong region. Let's hear your voice. Yeah.
Thank you very much. 안녕하세요. 줌리업수어, 사와디캅, 밍그라바, 신짜오, 사바이디. Let me just test all my language in different Mekong riparian countries. I hope this greetings to wake you up. I really say you've done really well waiting for me, and also I've been a bit of the difficulty to waiting, and as well as wake up myself so far. Anyway, I like to say about some governance issue in continuation with my colleague Carl Middleton from Bangkok. I would like to say peace and prosperity, sustainability in transboundary rivers. I've got three sections. One, Trinity in transboundary rivers, and comparison, and a path to Trinity. Trinity in transboundary rivers means that whenever we think about transboundary rivers, primary foci in transboundary rivers are water quantity or water quality. And developed economies they're very much interested in water quality, and transitional economies usually they focus on water quality in many cases. And some major issues: more water for agricultural production, fisheries, domestic water consumption, industrial water, and energy generation. These are some of the details topics transboundary river riparian countries they are very much focused on. And better water quality and for ecosystems, biodiversity of course should be included, and also they're concerned about more because today we've been hearing about the climate change related ones, particularly disasters. So protection of humans, economic asset from water related disasters will be very much key elements these days. And the nexus between water, energy, and food, one of our colleagues, Dr. Park, he talked about these very fantastic case studies in Mekong riparian countries. And then I'd like to give you a very fundamental and simple, straightforward framework with which you can analyze, evaluate cases. I'd like to say peace, prosperity, and sustainability. That's why I said it's Trinity. Peace means that I argue that this is a political stability through collaboration. And prosperity, although of course it depends on interpretation, but I argue that this is the economic well-being through regional economic development. And the third one, sustainability, of course, there's no question. We are very much interested in how to make the things better, particularly ecosystems, and also climate resilience. This is one of the keywords we've been discussing today or yesterday too, through rehabilitation and protection of river health. And then how can we really, to implement Trinity, that we can think about some other already previous experiences, as you can see, bilateral and or multilateral agreements, 1992 UNEC Convention or 1997 UN Water Convention, and also in regional level, we have some other cases. For example, just before that, the ADB, they presented about the GMS. GMS, already they started from 1992. They're still going on, but I think that they are trying to rehabilitate, reinvigorate that GMS. And also Greater Two-Month Initiative, although it's not really discussed today, but then since you are now in East Asia, in South Korea, and should take advantage of this very, very important initiative, Greater Two-Month Initiative. It's begun by the UNDP back then, 1991. And also we can think about international river organizations for sustainability, International Commission for the Protection of the Rhine. They are based on the 1963 in Rhine River and Convention. And also we are now talking about Mekong, so the 1995 agreement. And this is my idea about the platform, the Trinity in transboundary rivers, already explained to you. And then I'd like to bring in some cases from different parts of the world, not necessarily only focus on Mekong, but from other. One of the best cases I like to say is the Rhine River. And as you can see that very small, it's a circle over there, the Rhine. There are many transboundary rivers in Europe. So then I always, every time I had some discussion about the European transboundary rivers, then European people, they always engage in some kind, they're ready to negotiate with their neighbors because of their daily lives related to transboundary cooperation. So Rhine River, there are 9 riparian countries. And you can see that they're starting from the Switzerland, and there are many other also riparian countries. They the Netherlands, they are very much they're victimized by their upstream countries' water pollution back to the 1960s and 70s. And when the miracle of the Rhine took place, then Germany, France also, they gave some negative impact to the Netherlands. But at the end of the day, they are now in one of the best cases in terms of transboundary cooperation. And now they have a look at the transboundary rivers in Asia. I would like to show that the Mekong and also the northern part of the Korean Peninsula, when two Koreas will be united in the future, I hope that things really happen. Then we are going to have two transboundary rivers with China as well as Russia, particularly related to Tuman River. This is a Mekong. We've seen this map for many times today. But if you look at this northern part of the Korean Peninsula, as you can see, North Korea, they have two international rivers, Amnok and also Tuman River. Tuman River has another riparian country, Russia. They occupy 1% of the Tuman River basin, Primorsky. So we have these two potential the international rivers. So I'd like to show the comparison between the four cases here. If you look at the first top, the riparian countries, 9, Mekong 6, Amnok and Tuman 2 or 3, and primary interest, their varieties. As I already argued that developed economies, they're more focused on water quality. The Rhine is one of the good cases, we can say that. The Mekong, you have varieties of interest, and always Mekong, that's the hydropower issue, has been and will be the largest concern between the riparian countries. And Amnok River Basin, yes, between China and North Korea, they established North Korea-China hydropower joint cooperation. That mechanism, so hydropower is a big issue. Tuman is more like a transboundary economic development, which is very similar with the ADB's GMS program. And cooperation frameworks, they have a different kind of frameworks. And international river organizations said, although LMC, Lanchang Mekong Cooperation, is not necessarily, we can say, international river organization. That's why I put that the question mark. But of course, we need to think about how we can really work together with China. And then, based on their early framework I already gave you, the peace and prosperity and sustainability, you can see that I just assessed that you can see Rhine, the three elements, they're all good, and Mekong, fair, but challenging, particularly sustainability. Amnok and Tuman, particularly Tuman, they're all challenging issues that many things are not really going well in this Tuman River. And this is one of the last slides I'd like to show you that although Carl already explained about this, very crowded scene in the Mekong River Basin and also beyond the Mekong River Basin, ASEAN region, then it depends on the countries, how many countries are involved in this framework. Then you can see the smallest box, then you can find that these 4 lower Mekong countries. But then beyond slightly more than that, you can see there are more other complicated regional in the economic, other political frameworks. And then also if you put them all together, beyond the Mekong River Basin, in ASEAN, 10 countries are involved. And also you can see that the right side, you can see the other external, the countries are involved, that's how they can really work together with riparian countries. I just added that Mekong-Australian partnership because I talked with John Doe and realized that Australia is also contributing a lot to this Mekong River, all the cooperation. Past the Trinity, how we can really get to the Trinity, that's peace and prosperity, sustainability, then a perfect balance, of course, the 3 elements. We are now really imagined. But this one is very much born like some not very reflecting reality. But then we need to work hard, have the consensus building for the future. And then, but of prerequisites for Trinity, that collective efforts to communicate and information sharing. We talked about data and technology and digitization. Yes, very important, but the very important thing is that on the fundamental thing is riparian countries, they have to talk to each other. Yeah, so because of that, one of the lacking elements today I really not really happy about is that we haven't really talked about China's role and how we really invite China on the negotiation table and how to really work together. So that will be one of the key things we really think about. And best practices in transboundary rivers, approached by Dr. Park Sang-young, that let me think about how we can really say the best practices. The most suitable framework in a river basin should be established, and depending on, but of course, political, economic, and environmental situations, and short-term and long-term plans to create a tailor-made model, and also knowledge sharing and lessons learned should be very much imperative. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It was very interesting talk for 10 minutes. Okay, we have, why don't we have 2 questions? Yeah, on the floor. Yes, please, the table. Mike, please.
My question went to Dr. Park and Dr. Middleton. You suggested to improve the dialogue among the stakeholders. So, first, how to improve the really dialogue between Mekong countries and China? Because nowadays the climate change is getting severe. People are suffering from the flood, and during the drought, they cannot get the water. Yeah. So India already they stopped the export of the rice to other countries. So getting severe. So really, what are your recommendation to improve the dialogue with China? Thanks.
Okay, Dr. Middleton, you go first.
Thank you so much for that question. It's a challenging question, I think. I think that the starting point is probably already underway in terms of trust building. If we look over the past couple of years, as I mentioned in the presentation, at least between governments, there's increasing collaboration around research. I'm sure you would have heard this morning about the research projects between the MRC and the LMC. So in that sense, building a shared understanding of the basin is important. But I think the kind of scientific basis alone is not enough. It's a starting point because it can generate evidence. So the discussions that are taking place in the world of diplomacy becomes important as well. And that means kind of widening the discussion of the connections beyond water alone, because obviously there's a lot of economic interdependence as well. But I think, at least for the downstream countries, water is not really just a management issue, but it's also a question of livelihoods, and it's discussed beyond intergovernmental cooperation. It involves civil society, it involves academics and others. And I think the importance of building relationships across the borders involving those non-state actors as well is really important, so that the discussion is not only about the technical cooperation, but also about why transboundary water governance matters on the ground, especially for communities that they can share that experience. So I think that I'm afraid there's no short-term easy answer to your question, but it must start from trust building and a wide-based dialogue that recognizes the realities and the changes on the ground by communities that live alongside the river.
Yes, I totally agree with Carl Middleton's comments. And also the one thing I would like to refer to his, one of the last point is that he mentioned about the transition from transparency to accountability. But I would say that transparency and accountability in parallel, because that's also is one of the fundamental nature of the data and also sharing between the ripening countries. And I'm told from some colleagues and also from MRC. MRC is now closely working with LMC. Yes, that's a very good sign, because these two, maybe first time when LMC was established in 2016, I thought maybe this is going to be one competitor with MRC. And then if you think about the scale or impacts, the degree of impact of China in all kinds of senses, then I thought that maybe MRC's existence or MRC's influence will be diminishing. But then later on, I found that MRC has been very clever and smart. And then they're trying to collaborate with LMC, and also Chinese from Chinese side, then they require some MRCs, of course, their technical expertise and also experiences. But one worry from me is that what if China, they're going to get all the data from MRC because MRC's data, they open access. Whereas Chinese data are very confidential. Then that's the reason I asked, probably I told you that we need to keep talking with China, how to have the access, better access to the data. China, particularly 11 dams already available in upstream, the Lanchang River. Although, of course, we have a wonderful cutting-edge technology from USAID and NASA and US Bureau of Reclamation. I really appreciate them, but there's always a gap between the data from the satellites and groundwater, ground level data. So we need to fill the gap. Then in order to do that, we need to talk with China, and then in a very different ways. And also that's one of my suggestion to the Korean government is that we need to be part of the development partner group. Then we can have access to all the information, working closely with MRC, and then we can have better position to talk to China about the water resources related data and later on the strategies.
Thank you. And one more questions or comments? Okay, then my question goes to the Dr. Professor Lee. You compared the 4 different transbounded river basins, 2 for Korean and 1 for Mekong and the other for European river basins. I want to ask you which one is the, I think based on your research, which one is the ideal and best governance structures, and what is the message to other transboundary issues for the future prosperity and what are resources management? Yeah.
I'll say I already briefly mentioned in my presentation, the Rhine River has been one of the best practices regarded in terms of transboundary river governance as well as all other elements. And I put them in my table that we should have some institutional arrangements. Luckily, we have already got some regional as well as international the water frameworks, UN Water Convention, as well as also 1992 UN ECE, and also the South Africa, they have some other different institutional frameworks. That will be the very much key elements to provide some safe foundation for working together. But of course, Rhine River has also its uniqueness in terms of European Commission, European Union, that's another double layer and supranational framework, which has been imposing some environmental regulations, all kinds of directives. Also, although it's East Asia, we cannot really have that one in the future, a very short period of time. But then maybe in Mekong or other cases, if they have some other institutional frameworks and also data sharing, for example. I mean, Rhine River Basin ripening countries, they had a difficulty to trust each other after the end of Second World War. But then as time went on, they've been talking to each other because of the EU system and also ICPR. Then they realized that, yes, we have to work together, otherwise the Rhine, our shared river, will be completely destroyed. That's why they begin to work together. Now they are very good, one of the good cases. So then to keep talking and continuous dialogue will be always the key.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, this is the end of the topic 4. Let's give them a big hand. Yeah. Well, 2 minutes behind the schedule. And this is the end of the first chapter and 10 minutes break, and we'll be back to the panel discussion. Thank you very much. Now it's time to start our second chapter. Well, we have another 40 minutes of panel discussions. Well, and about the issues of key factors for promoting digital water management to improve the climate resilience in the Mekong region. We have 6 panelists. Our distinguished panel consists of government officers from the Mekong countries and Mekong River Commission's Secretariat. Would you please come up to the stage? Any one of us in the table? Yep. Any place, yeah. You can sit. There's no designation. Yeah. You can sit anywhere you want. Please. Now we have 6 panelists from the Mekong countries and MRC Secretariat. Let me introduce one by one. Well, Mr. Cheng Hong. He's Director of Information and Knowledge Management Cambodia, National Mekong Committee. Mr. Cheng Hong. Yeah. And Mr. Sing Tong, Director of the Department of Water Resources, Ministry of Natural Resources and Environmental Laopedia. Yeah. Dr. Maung Mong Nai, Director of Irrigation and Water Utilization Management Department and Ministry of Agriculture at Myanmar. Yeah. And Dr. Wilmo Pat Kam Kanya, expert on economic analysis for water resources development project in Thailand. Yeah. And Mrs. Lei Thi Hung, Head of Division and Management and Cooperation for Mekong River Basin at Vietnam. And Dr. Komang, his first presenter and speaker at the Timor. Yeah, nice to meet you. Okay, let's do this. We have limited time and 6 panelists. We enjoyed 8 speakers' presentation for 2 hours lasting, and we experienced and we have very many insights. So I would like to propose 2 basic questions for the panelists, which can be shared and common questions in the Mekong region. First question I have is they're going to respond based on these 2 questions I propose at this time. First question I have is in the light of the water issues and solutions discussed today by 8 previous speakers, what do you consider the most pressing challenges in achieving climate resilience and sustainable development across the Mekong region? That's the first question I have. And number 2 questions is that how can regional cooperation and cross-border collaboration be enhanced to address these challenges efficiently? That's number 2 questions I have. Okay. Basically, we have 40 minutes and divided by 6 panelists, so makes 5 to 6 minutes for the discussion. Yeah, you can go first. There's no, yeah, you can go first.
Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for having me here. Regarding the first question about the most challenges in Lao PDR in terms of water management, I think the most important challenge for Lao is the limited infrastructure and resources for digital water management. So there is no need for invest technology and technology and infrastructure to digitize water management processes. And the second one would be the public awareness, the limited awareness. The importance of digital water management is not fully understood by stakeholders. So there is need for awareness raising campaign to educate the stakeholder and encourage them to use and develop the new technology. I think that's one. That's all for the first question. Yeah, for the second question about the regional cooperation for water management in Laos, we are, as you know, we Mekong country flow to the whole country in Laos, so we have to work very closely with Mekong country members and development partner to deal with water resource management.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much for moderator. So this evening, afternoon, the 8 speakers, they gave a lot of information, data management, digital data management, financial system, water governance, boundaries, something like that. Based on the experience and work which they share with us, so we, according to the presentation and according to our experience, I would like to discuss about this issue of the data management and also the issue of the water management on the river basin. So in Mekong River Basin area, each country suffer the drought, flood every time. So in this case, we all of the country trying to address those effects from the climate change impact. However, that we cannot avoid the flood, drought, but only at this we can prepare the how to reduce the risk of this periodic flood and drought, especially when we are going to expertise about the water resources management, water management in the river basin. We are professional expertise, so we can we have to try to address those effects to the community, region, family, business, environment, ecology in the river basin. So in this case, in Mekong River Basin also, the each country have the many effects to the economy, social environment. In this case, when we are going to analyze and give the information to the family and community, farmer, because they actually in the practice they don't expect too much the drought effect, the flood effect. They suffer particularly those effects. However, the very short time periods when this effect comes to the business, living, something like that, at the time they get very serious problem in their daily lives. That is why that when we are going to give the if we can give them to the very effective information and very useful information within the short period or long periods, it is against it is very important. That is why we should consider that to get the information not only the experts and professional level, but also the graduates, the community and the community level, and then the farmer level. If we give them those kind of the impact of the climate change to their business and living, it is very, very, I think it is very effective for them. That is why all of the country in the Mekong River Basin, each country or organization involved in this the development project, something like that. They're trying to do the web preparedness, web management for before coming. That's the best. I think this is very important. I think. The next one is the cooperation. Is also not only the decision level, but also the other technical level, community level. We should change the way each country experience, practice information, give each other exchange program, capacity building development program. Whenever we have the chance to exchange, also the each level, developmental level, grassroots level, the community level. It is very, very important idea. And also each country have to try to build up the capacity like the ADBC suggest me, because some technologies need to do country capacity also. In this case, one country develop the capacity technology, it should be the share the knowledge technology to the other region, other country in the region. It is very, very important to solve each together. Whenever this kind of the climate effect come to the one country, another country can sit there, help those. If we do the so kind of the communication, cooperation, we can construct face very well in this region. I think now we discussing about the digital management, water management for the river basin. In those relationships, it is very, very, I think, very, very effective for the Mekong River region area, and all of the business, economics, and also the environment and sustainability, something like that. It is why cooperation, coordination, all of the activity event should be we try to implement in each country. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah. Now move on. Yeah.
Yes. From Cambodia National Mekong Committee. From my perspective, the most challenges is flood and drought, affected by the man-made and the climate change. And second is about the capacity of the Mekong country to address the challenges. And for the second question is about the benefit of the main driver for the cooperation is we need to seek the common understanding. In order to seek the common understanding, we develop the procedure and the technical guideline and to formulate the platform to face-to-face communicate each other to reach the technical and water governance issue. That means we need the time for the all Amazigh country to speak each other based on the existing procedure, rule, guideline, and mechanism in order to reach the common understanding is the way forward, and to me is the effective negotiate in the process.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Just a talk, should I say good afternoon or good evening? Since it's nearly 6 o'clock, and thanks for the
Good evening,
question.
right?
Yeah, good evening, everyone. For Thailand, I think that all the 4 issues are very challenging. But from the Office of the National Water Resources, we would like to highlight the importance of the good governance in the trans-boundary water management. We think that the governance are essential and necessary factors to drive action in a sustainable manner. And the government itself is the key challenge to achieve climate resilience and sustainable development in the region. And I think that some of you may attend the MRC summit this year. And we have one panel discussion on how cooperating is yielding benefits for trans-boundary water management. The key message arising from the panel discussion was that sound governance and accountability is vital to ensure benefits of trans-boundary cooperation, while active collaboration could facilitate the effective dialogue and potentially lead to additional benefits. I'm an economist, and I think that trans-boundary water is seen to be international public goods, where hydrological boundaries and administrative parameters may not be the same. So good governance is needed to address the common understanding amongst member countries, in particular the efficiency, effectiveness, trust and engagement in the management, use, development, restoration and conservation of these international public goods. And I think that to increase resilience towards climate change in the Mekong region, we must achieve good governance and trustworthy cooperation, where collective action must be applied. We have to accept the truth that each country will secure the interests of its own population and resources. But we believe that the commons still exist at multiple scales. We see that hydropolitics can be addressed in a more open, transparent, and concrete way when we use digital technology as a backup of conversation. And to address the second question, how can we, how the regional cooperation and cross-border collaboration be enhanced to address these challenges effectively? I think that we need to overcome differences between countries. And I do agree with what Professor Lee already mentioned about the Trinity concept of peace, prosperity, and sustainability. We do believe that to increase governance, we have to increase governance into achieve the governance. So I have learned something when we work with the Korea government about the project with the OECD, the concept of the water governance. They address 3 things: the effectiveness, efficiency, and trust and engagement. When talking about effectiveness, I think that we can reach better level of governance in trans-boundary water management only if every member country could gain more benefits that are aligned with its own national policies. So we think that we can improve effectiveness of the existing collaboration and coordination platform by promoting and supporting a more proactive and regular communication, as well as utilize the platform to get direction and close consultation with high-level decision makers. And in terms of efficiency, data and information sharing is very important to guide, assess, and improve policy and implementation. We think that we can enrich and enhance the existing platforms to be more informative and constructive by highlighting a discussion on the latest digital technology for water management in response to both climate change and disaster preparedness, to get more real-time monitoring, accurate data, and predictive analysis. And the last component I would like to address is trust and engagement. It is necessary to develop the reliable monitoring and reporting mechanisms to effectively guide decision-making. And this can be done through the coordination and collaboration platforms consisting of experts, academia from different fields to exchange and initiate work together. since conversation about transboundary management should be based on sound science and evidence. And the most important thing is that the output and the products from the collaboration and cooperation must be able to be used by riverine communities. So I just would like to conclude that if we can increase performances of our existing platforms by 1, realizing real need of member countries and partners, 2, regularly sharing accurate and real-time data and information, and 3, strengthening engagement from experts, academia and communities. We do believe that we all together can reach better level of water governance in the region. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, please.
Good afternoon. Sorry, good evening. As a panelist of the discussion about the promoting the water decision in the management, so my appeal to go directly with the 2 questions as the moderator give us. The first question about the challenging in the achieving climate change and sustainable development across the Mekong region. So as my point of view, I think the most important challenge is the commitment from riparian country. And the second is the technical aspect about the climate change and also from the financial issue as how to deal with the climate change. As Vietnam, in the government of Vietnam had to committed to the come to with net zero in 2015. So this is our challenge for our country, how to deal with the climate change. And also the government now is developing a national target program at the provincial level and ministry level, how to cope with the climate change. And at the Mekong Delta, in the downstream of the Mekong River, the government have issued of the resolution to how to cope with the climate change resilience in the Mekong Delta. So there's a number of the development partner and regional organizations to support our country with the foreign ministry and provincial in the Mekong Delta, how to dealing with climate change resilience in the Mekong Delta. And the second question regarding to the regional cooperation and cross-border cooperation to enhance, address the challenge effective. So I think this question is linked very much with the first question. As my point of view, I think the transboundary cooperation is the most important in this Mekong basin, and also we had to promote of the transboundary water cooperation between the riparian country, and not only but also in the bilateral country, and also we had to the next solution should be the capacity building for the people, and also when it on the transboundary water cooperation and climate change. And we also need to support from the technical and financial from the international organization, regional development partner, and the most important thing, we need to sharing information and also to share experience about the water resources and water diplomacy in the region. In Vietnam, now we are revising the law on water resources. We have the government and to promote water diplomacy and water digital management in our country. That's a few observations to share with the delegates. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Well, Dr. Komang, you have different perspectives because he is from MRC, so let's hear his voice. Yeah, okay.
That's correct.
You can wrap it up.
That's correct. So all of my colleagues here who I have worked with, essentially my boss in a way, because they are. I am as part of the MRC Secretariat, I am tasked with providing technical support and advice to all the policymakers at the MRC member countries. And so my answer to this question would be based on my experience in that I think that the most challenging in terms of what I have been through is in order to provide sound advice to the MRC member countries, I need to provide reliable information and that when connected to having adequate data, the data and information need to be reliable for me to assess the let's say condition of the basins and then report that to the member countries. So this is quite important, and I think that at the MRC there are some data limitations that we have to overcome. And I believe that I'm not the only person at the MRC Secretariat that wouldn't say that, and I think that our member country also agree in sort of establish and adopting what the MRC data action and generation plan. I may have not saying it right, but basically essentially a DACAP where it's lay out sort of pathway to collect these data to support the assessment of the condition of the basin. I mean, as I was saying up in the GTI seminar, we are currently in the midst of preparing a State of the Basin report, and we are encounter a lot of issue when preparing the State of the Basin report in that there's a lot of data limitations, and once for the data that available, the issue with data quality as well, and so there need to be a lot of manipulations, and so through the consultations, then we need to try to justify why certain thing needs to be assessed in a certain way, and of course this then wouldn't affect the lengthy development of the State of Basin report, and not only State of the Basin reports, but other assessment report as well. Now, to overcome this, I mean, I guess we always looking to help the member country in sort of how do you say it? It's sort of minimize the gap in the lack of data. And sort of explore a way to make sure that the data that collected by the member countries are being collected in a systematic manner. The presentation that I give this afternoon, for example, talk about the Korea Monitoring Network, where the member countries agree that the data that to be used to be collected as part of the Korea Monitoring Network need to be collected in a systematic manner that would allow the data to be assessed at a basin scale, and so in doing so, then I mean there's a number of ways that we have explored, including the preparation of standard operation manual for all the member country and light agency to use so that they are following the same step when it comes to data collections. Additionally, for new data, for example, then there would be development of protocols that would be consulted with the member country, allow all the member country have input. It's important to note that within our member countries, there are capacity different among member countries. So therefore, any new methodology or new protocol being introduced need to be implementable by all the member countries, and that following implementation, then any lesson learned can then be used to improve those implementations.
Thank you. You almost wrap it up. Okay, it was very various and fruitful answers for the basic two raised question of today. Well, what about any one of us in the floor is add up some more comments about two questions raised today? Anyone? Okay. I don't think so. Yes, please, go ahead, please. Yeah.
I'm just interested in how you think things have improved or not over the last 10 years in the Mekong Corporation. What do you notice? Do you think it's on the right track?
You're going to answer first?
I can go first. I mean, I work for the Mekong River Commission's 2 terms now. I started working in 2011, and then I left to pursue my PhD in 2015, come back again, and working with the Mekong River Commission. I mean, I definitely can see the difference in terms of corporations. I mean, and I guess our member country have always been committed to collaborate when it comes to the protection of the Mekong River. But then I think that the corporations have become more strengthened through a lot more dialogue within the MRC. So I can see that it's quite strengthened nowadays compared to the past. I mean, just based on my experience.
From my view, I saved all my life to work with the Mekong River. So from when I was young, I see as the MRC and some member countries have a very good progress with the cooperation in this area. So we have a lot of dialogue, meeting with the partner. We have a regional stakeholder forum. We have a good cooperation with other member, the NGO, and also we have the another international organization. You can see from MRC now they have a lot of the they disseminate a lot of information to the community, to the Facebook website, and also I recognize that some country had to want to become the development partner of the MRC. It is a very potential for the cooperation in the Mekong River. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Any more comments?
I would like to share one.
Okay, you can go ahead. Yeah, sorry about that one.
I think that the dialogue is one way. And another one is, I would like to address is about the transfer of the knowledge, the innovation dissemination that we have been working a lot with the dialogue partner and also the development partner. It's not just only spread inside the MRCS, but it also spread into spillover effect to the member countries. The most challenging issue is how can we spread the concept, the knowledge into to the local communities. We need them to know as much as we know. Maybe we need more like a more practical way to disseminate our knowledge that we learn from you guys to them as well. Yeah, I would like to share. Thank you.
Yes, similar to the perspective of other member country and MRCS colleague, yes, I would like to suggest that if we increase or strengthen the capacity of the government technical officer and licensee engaged to the Mekong activity, everything would be better because we could have the lesson learned and practice with the Mekong mitigation measure, with the existing procedure rule and mechanism to support the 1995 Mekong Agreement. If we scaling down the engagement of the Mekong at any level, that means the Mekong activity could not fully support by the any side or the stakeholder. And on another hand, it's about the consideration and support from the development partner. Development partner is the strong need to support that means support the momentum of the Mekong activity through the accelerate the that means the effectiveness and efficiency of the cooperation. For example, like the hydromet station. The MRC is now seem to be based on the cost effectiveness equipment. So the hydromet station with the low level or the quality of the spare part to support the hydromet station is not high quality enough to produce the data and information, and could not transfer the data regularly to the server. So the monitoring activity, forecasting activity could not well prepare, could not well done. Yeah. Another one is about the transboundary issue. When we doing something in the upstream or downstream, we should consider on the transboundary issue and based on the existing technical guideline that could to support those sanctions.
Thank you. Okay, it's almost 6:20. We passed. So I think that I really enjoyed this 8 speakers' presentation, as well as 6 panelists' precious opinions about raised 2 questions. And well, I don't want to add up any comments, this precious opinion. And also, I don't want to spoil your dinner time. So I'd like to declare the official end of thematic session. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you for your commitment for the Mekong-Korea Water Forum. There is last announcement for the very important information to your dinner place. The dinner will be served at the first floor of the Gyeongwonje Hotel, the restaurant. The hotel space is very limited, so those delegations